Hello, is this thing on? Hello, good morning, chat. Good morning! She's struggling with the Zoom call audio because Nim thought it would be quick to set up before stream, but it wasn't. I didn't go to bed until 8:30 a.m. because I was so busy last night! I got so much fucking shit done though, holy fuck. Holy shit, I also now need someone that can math brain. By that I mean I need Nim to do more work. Scuff? How could this have happened? No, nothing's scuffed. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. What do you mean? Look at my beautiful office. Look at the beautiful office that I totally did not kidnap a man to come and talk about economics with. No scuff, only spicy cat. My actual backgrounds aren't done being made yet, so this is an AI background. Don't worry about it. Please don't turn into a flamin' hot Cheeto over an AI background. That's not your office. There's not nearly enough bottle caps on the— okay, well, I couldn't find bottle cap assets. A korsche for the guest to eat if he gets hungry, as it were. You know? Just typical Korsche things. Explains why it looks like shit. Well, you know, AI's the best I could do right now. Digiwater. Yeah. It's, promotes genocide, much like probably both of us do. Alternatively, a Korsche for him to fuck. Alright, I am going to introduce the Mr. Mans here. He's gonna talk about his qualifications, so we know why we should pay attention to anything he says. And then, I'll have to do a lot of thank yous after stream. I have most of, if not all of, my redeems disabled. I'm pretty sure I have, like, all of my alerts and TTS and everything off, because, like, I want to be able to pay attention to this man and not get ADHD'd. Longtime VOD Eater, first time chatter. Hello! Hello, Mr. VOD Eater. That's true, you're gonna have to get your mail on stream reeing out. All background that Kirsche getting bougie all of a sudden. Soon she'll be out of our tax bracket. Setting up everything has been so fucking— not for this, but setting up everything for, like, my new model and rebranding has just been such a headache, dude. Oh god, I wish I had an actual manager. Nimothy does his best, but man, I need another brain. Penis in attendance. Well, I wasn't gonna get a woman to talk about economics, chat. We want to actually learn something. Kirsche's rebranding to actual spicy cat. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let me show you the mans that I have I've kidnapped here. Let's go. Let's hacking go. Hello, Mr. Economist, sir.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Hey, does it work?
It does work.
That's incredible. I have to say that by far and away the most entertaining part of this whole affair was getting my own personal VTube avatar, which is at the moment, I think, two pictures.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't have it any
pictures.
other way.
So it just changes based on when you're talking. So it's you know, it's not super fancy, but I wanted something to represent you, you know?
I would not have it any other way. I prefer it to be sort of I don't know, you can call it low tech or simple. Whichever you prefer.
It kind of goes with the theme of, like, you know, what you wanted as an appearance.
Yeah, exactly. I do try to keep things as simple as I can, which makes the contents of this lecture and their complexity all the more entertaining to me, because I really did try to get it as straightforward as I could, and there's just no real way to.
I'm sure if my eyes start glazing over, I'll be like, hold on a second, I'm a little lost.
Yeah, there might be some of that, but, you know, when a man is asked to talk about economics, you're not really signing yourself up for listening to a, you know, riveting presentation about this or that. You're curious about why things are getting worse and what's causing them and what you can do about it, I think.
Yeah.
Because most people, from my experience, would rather not think about economics. They'd rather not think about finance. They would rather their money just worked, retained its value, and sort of, you know, wasn't actively working against them, because the amount of money in circulation is printing in well in excess of what they're capable of earning year over year in raises and such.
Oh, the TTS is still on. That's a shame. I tried to turn everything off. Thank you, Bailey. I'm sorry. I do. it is the perfect place to have that conversation, considering half of my streams, if not all of them, if I lose control, are talking about things that people would rather not think about. Like, usually people come to VTubers to forget about how the world is so shit, but instead I just remind them of how shit it is before I play video games.
Well, on some level, some people feel the need to be plugged in. I gotta say, I do sort of envy my brother. My brother does not give a single flying hoot about any of this stuff. He plays his Dota, he plays his Diablo, he enjoys his day to day, and I don't understand how he does it. Because I just look at things like steadily getting shittier and sort of banking on that ignorance and indifference and, whatever else have you, and it bothers me. It worries me a little.
Yeah, I mean, I say sometimes that it's like, it would be nice if I could, I guess, go back and be ignorant, because I'm sure I'd be happier. But it's also just like, I'm glad I'm informed because it makes me want to do something about things as well. And I couldn't imagine just, like, not paying attention to how things are collapsing, especially because I tell my chat all the time, I used to keep, like, all of my political spurging contained to a channel in my Discord, but the more and more they encroached on video games in recent years, the more that it made me, like, have to pay attention. And if I'm being forced to pay attention to it because they're coming from my hobby, I'm certainly going to be a lot louder than I was before.
Yeah. When I went to college, I wanted to go for either history or literature. And I'll tell you what, the baptism by fire I got as a somewhat autistic, decently intelligent, reasonably conservative white dude made me go, all right, I'm going to economics where I don't have to deal with this nonsense. I'm just going to be boring. I'm going to study the systems and processes by which a lot of the other soft sciences, your anthropology, your psychology, your marketing, your business, all of that derives quite heavily from the trends and logic found pretty strictly in economics among the disciplines. And yeah, that's my origin story. I'm the world's saltiest and least happy economist.
I feel like you don't go into economics if you're a happy human being, though. Like, right? Like, that's just... No one who's happy is like, yeah, let's learn about economics.
That's just the thing, right? Pretty much the only people that majored in economics with me were other turbo nerds. Like, everybody else wanted it to be like a supplementary major or a minor, something that they could put on their resume to make it look better, without actually having to, sink their teeth in and take intermediate micro and macro.
Yeah.
So it is sort of a nerd's degree, and the question becomes, well, what the hell do you do as an economist once you've gotten your undergraduate degree and decide that you're simply not cut out for academia and higher education? And I answered that question by going into financial advising, because I view finance as sort of like extremely applied microeconomics. And the more soulless in finance you get, which I know it all seems somewhat soulless, but if you're not working with individual families and small businesses and such, and you're working with large corporations moving money around, like the higher up that scale you go, the worse it gets in terms of, selling your soul and I don't want to, throw rocks at finance pros and whoever else, but it takes a certain mentality to ignore the damage you're doing and say, I'm getting mine, screw you guys, every crumb for himself.
Oh no, you don't have to hold back. I know everyone who works in finance is a sociopath.
It's most people, yeah. And the ones that aren't are like the boots on the ground, the sort of mostly salespeople, to be honest with you. Salespeople and underwriters are the two groups of people in insurance and finance that I can look at and say, I understand how you sleep at night. And sure, some of that is biased because a lot of what I do looks sort of like insurance sales. Because, spoiler warning to the end of the presentation where I talk a bit about what you guys can do for yourselves, the ruling class has absolutely created a few programs that are designed to keep pace with or slightly outpace inflation. And those programs are used extensively by themselves and their, lackeys, toadies, whatever you want to call it. One of these programs, and the one that I sell the most of to younger folks, is universal life insurance, because It's stock indexed. It locks in your gains every year, and you can contribute as much as you need to it within a year. So if you have a better year this year than next year, it doesn't matter. Uh, so, so I look at that program, and then I look at like whole life and some of the other. Oh, God.
I tried. I don't know how to turn the TTS off myself. I told Nim last night that I was turning all of my alerts off. And I was like, Nim, please make sure the TTS is also off. Translator's note, Nim did not make sure the TTS was off. So I have no idea how to turn that off because all of my alerts are off on my end. So I have to wait for Nim to wake up in order to turn the TTS off because I don't know how to fucking do it. It comes through my desktop audio, so I can't turn that off because then you guys won't hear him.
Hello.
Hello.
It's a rabbit. He is very angry about a rabbit.
You have outdoor bunny rabbits?
Yeah, I live in well, I'm not going to be more specific than northeastern Pennsylvania, and
That's
the
fine.
house or the area around my house is almost all woods.
I want to see bunnies. I used to see deer a lot when I lived near the woods still too.
Yeah, we get plenty of those. They eat a lot of my garden.
Also, Proctor procced my TTS that's supposed to be off earlier, and he said that he wants me to return you to him with only a slight amount of neurosis.
You can't do worse than 2 years worth of private finance has done. I would not be here if I thought that, this was going to be an experience that I would come to regret.
Well, hopefully it's a fun time you come to regret.
Hopefully there's no regretting involved at all, but I suppose that's a bit optimistic.
Well, so we have a little bit of an introduction. Do you wanna introduce yourself with as much as you would like to tell people, and like where you went for your degrees, why we should listen to you, Mister Puppet Mouth over here?
So I'm not really going to talk much about where I went to school and all of that because what I'm going to say is that you have no reason whatsoever to listen to me over anybody else. You should do your own research, you should look into things on your own terms, and you should use what I'm telling you as a springboard to guide you in further understanding. Anybody in my industry that tells you you need to listen to me because I am the expert is probably a charlatan. They probably, that or they're a truffle hound and they specialize in one thing myopically, and that's all they do all day. But anybody that tries to speak as an authority or, voice of absolutism as a finance person, they've got an agenda, and it's probably not to your best interest.
No, I can
Um,
definitely agree with you. I more just meant like, explain who you are in a way that makes Chad understand you're an economics person and not like a
Yeah.
hobo I pulled off the street and said, "Look, here's a man.
Behold, a man.
Behold,
I,
he has brain cells."
I did graduate with a degree in economics in late 2018, and I had a sort of crisis of faith in which I looked around at the world and went, I could use this to settle into a nice, straightforward, completely miserable job where my talents would be wasted. Or I can go the much more difficult and less trodden path of trying to establish myself on my own terms, doing my own thing, and learning about economics by applying the principles that I learned in school to everyday life through whatever means were made available to me. The most expedient way of doing this, of course, is through insurance sales, because insurance is pretty much the process by which business gets done. Nothing in this world gets done unless there's enough insurance to cover anything catastrophic that could go wrong with it. So it seemed like a pretty foolproof industry to me in terms of being able to sustain myself ethically while, also sustaining myself financially. So that's sort of where I was, why I'm where I am now. What I plan to do from here, once I've finished establishing myself in this capacity, is go back to college for a little bit to study some of the things that we're going to talk about more in detail later on in the lecture when we delve into the actual economics of this economics lecture instead of just listening to the two of us like exchange rambling sessions, which I
But
think
I
your
like
stream enjoys.
exchanging rambling. Well, you sort of
Yes.
You sort of touched on it, and you said you didn't want to say where you went for a degree, but I was curious that we'd learned a lot about how colleges heavily push ideology, even when it makes no sense for a degree program. And how much did you see this sort of in your time for the multiple different degrees you've been to college for?
I found it so insufferable that I could not study what I wanted to study. But once I fell into economics, it was sort of like the consolation prize of studying the dismal science was that the scourge of modernity kind of just like passed me by because I think that in college, if you're taking a degree where you actually have to take a first derivative at any point in time and then like apply the first derivative to something, they're gonna leave you alone on a lot of the nonsense and the bullshit because most people can't do that. Most people go to college to get a signal that says, I am obedient enough to fill a desk in your workplace, and you need to hire me because of, I went to school here or we share X, Y, or Z in common. And there's not really a lot of teeth to most college programs. So they use the sort of bullshit social signaling, how willing are you to regurgitate propaganda type of filtering method to determine who gets a degree in what and who gets the recommendations, the internships, blah 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 blah.
Can you remember anything specific that made you like feel how it was over encompassing and suffocating before you had switched into economics?
Uh yeah, I did a book report for English 1, and it was about a book by Faulkner that I had read. And I was essentially told that, a guy who was born in the post-Civil War Reconstruction and lived his life in the shadow of slavery was a colonial white male oppressor. And my brain shut off because I went to college, or I went through high school, and I sort of bought the bait that if you just work really hard and go to a good school and get good grades, you'll get out and you'll get a great job. And that was sort of the first like hairline fracture that it had received in retrospect. Because one, they very obviously didn't read the report. It felt like they looked at the title of the author, went, meh, I vaguely know them, looked at the Wikipedia page long enough to confirm their biases, went, yep, I don't like them, and then gave me a grade commensurate with their opinion on the author that I chose. And as a result, I was kind of like, this is too subjective. I will not have my ability to, express myself subject to the constraints of somebody else's opinions, facts, and or feelings, and whatever else have you. I couldn't do it, and as a result of that disconnect alone, I simply did not feel welcome anywhere in the liberal arts. So
No, that's very understandable. I had that experience with a high school teacher, actually. We were supposed to write like a debate essay, and we could pick any side we wanted to and like just have to argue for the side that we chose. And the topic was the death penalty. And I was the only person that chose to argue in favor of the death penalty. And
yeah.
I failed my essay because the teacher disagreed with me. And I was like, but that's not what you're supposed to be pass or failing me on. It's supposed to be based on like how I argued it in the essay. And she said that it's not something that I should be arguing for, and therefore that's why I got the failing grade. I had to take it to the principal and have somebody else grade it for me.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that I chose to either spend 4 years kicking against the goads in a system that did not want me, did not respect me, and which was not designed for me, or I could go somewhere in the system that my talents were begrudgingly accepted because there aren't enough people capable of doing the thing that I'm doing. And in this world, you have to pick your specialty according to the skill set that is at your disposal. So I picked what I picked because the other options that seemed more fun at the time, which in retrospect, I look at the career options available and I'm kind of like, kind of high rolled. I didn't ever, as a child, I never really thought about working for myself and the possibility that it provided. Uh, but having started it, I am now the most unabashed shill for it in the world.
Yeah, same. I also never thought I'd ever be working for myself, like, regardless of the crippling anxiety I now have as an adult. Even as a child, I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna work for someone else, obviously. Like, that's just how the world works. Like, I can't be my own boss.
Yep. And that I'm not a big fan of public education,
Same.
despite being a product of it, all of that. I could have done an entire feature length presentation on why, schools in America are not what they should be and how that happened and blah, blah, blah. But those weren't the questions I was given. So it's not the lecture I prepared.
And so I'd
Um,
imagine, since you said in college, there was not a lot of this ideology pushing in economics, that there wasn't a lot of that in the actual field once you started working either, right?
it's a meritocracy where I'm in the positions that I'm in. You're either good at the job or you're not. Um, and who you are informs who you connect with and who naturally gravitates toward you.
Hmm.
But ultimately, no, real work doesn't care much.
And
They
that,
want. I make insurance companies money. At the end of the day, at the brass tacks, people who do what I do for work are given a great deal of, exemption because most people don't really want to interface with insurance.
mhm.
And the ones who do generally want a salary and the sort of stability that comes with that. So they're willing to stand still for a lot more with the agents than they are with, the people who are more visible representatives of their firm.
Yeah, when I worked in insurance, my company wanted to pay for me to get my adjuster's license. I didn't really
Mm.
want to do field adjusting. I was happy doing like behind the desk work where like the field adjusters would give me all their papers and be like, finalize this. I'd get mad when I would tell them like, "Hey, you calculated this wrong."
Mhm.
But my favorite part was when I got to do fraud cases, was when somebody had an adjuster check their property or their like piece of luxury, whatever, like a yacht or something, and they were trying to file a claim on stuff that was damaged, but they had had previous claims for very similar damage according to the pictures, and so I'd have to just trawl all of their files and
Mhm.
figure out if they're lying or not. I had a lot of fun with that, and I saw some crazy fucking pictures from some properties as well.
Oh, I bet. A lot of the work that I get recommended, excuse me, are from claims adjusters and the attorneys that work in proximity to them. And I love this work because it gives me a chance to work directly hands on with somebody that just got the biggest sum of money that they've ever been given in their life. And sound financial planning and advice and just giving them somebody to talk to about what their financial goals are, where they're going, where they've been, where they want to go. It gives them such a leg up. It helps sort of remove some of the misery from making such a decision because almost none of the people that I speak to that are referred to me this way wants to be in this position. If you gave them a choice between having their life the way it was before they were entitled to a six-figure settlement or the six-figure settlement, I don't care how greedy they are, unless they really didn't like the person who got badly damaged in order to create it. Nobody really wants that for themselves. And so being there for those people, I do a lot of emotional support as well as the whole economics bit. But
Yeah, I can imagine
it
working
just
in life support, you don't get a lot of people who are happy about their payouts. Or not life support, but
no,
life insurance.
no, you don't. And if you're working with people who are entitled to large annuities that they didn't earn, strictly speaking, that are being given to them to make them whole in insurance terms, those people are never going to be happy. Those people are almost always it's somebody had their significant other or their parent badly injured at work or in some freak accident, and now they're sitting here like I never really gave a moment's thought beyond like the fleeting moments of fancy as to what I would do with $500,000, and now you're telling me that instead of having my dad, I have $500,000. And people in that position are not well equipped to be handed large amounts of money like that, psychologically speaking. There's
Understandably
nothing in
so.
your life and education that's ever prepared you for that. And if you didn't earn money, unfortunately, it's hard to hold on to because you don't value the effort that went into it. And it's hard to understand money in terms of a sacrifice that somebody else made for you. So usually it gets blown through in remarkable speed. And that upsets me. because that's a chance for, you know, an underprivileged, underrepresented family to really take a tragedy and turn their lives around. And it's just kind of squandered because there's no easy way for the system to monetize it. So,
Have you
yeah.
ever gotten somebody who had a payout who fit like the stereotypical she probably killed her husband for this?
I've had people who like put their parents in shit nursing homes, and then the shit nursing home like badly damaged their parent,
Oh
and they
no.
showed up and like put on the whole, why no, not like this, and you can tell the whole time that their parent was a piece of shit to them, which is why they were in the awful retirement home to begin with. So you're just sitting there like you are laughing all the way to the bank, and fair play, you know, it's sort of just the way it goes, but at the same time, usually no. Usually if the person is directly involved in some way, I'm not, because it just works out that way. I deal with a lot of stuff that happened at work, stuff where insurance is involved, because that's more or less where the money is.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if the parent was a piece of shit to the person, it's like a little bit more understandable, right? I was just curious if there was any just like, oh, this woman's trying to collect the life insurance policy of the very well-off, fancy, rich husband she used to have who died under mysterious circumstances that we always see in media.
Uh, I don't sell much life insurance. I sell some. I sell a fair bit, but I don't. It's not the primary focus of my business. Because, as you might imagine, the sort of person that's willing to talk to cartoon foxes about economics is not really the sort of person who is well suited to going out and shaking hands and kissing babies. It's
That's
not that I
fair.
can't. It's just that I sort of like I don't want to.
Is
The
it is it
last look.
is it sort of like the strange man in an alley kissing babies, or like Ron Jeremy kissing babies?
No. We're talking about like Ronald Reagan on like tour with his gaggle of idiots, like going around shaking hands and like, see, aren't you a good little child? Like all of that, like PR stuff. And I watch my cohort do this. I watch people in my industry do this. I look at their marketing blurbs and their presentations, and I'm just like, I don't understand. How do you get up and do this 15 hours a day? I don't care how much money you make. You don't have any quality of life. You're just talking to people all day long. Where's your solitude?
Oh my
Where's
god.
your, how do you have any time for reflection?
Yeah, as it's like I used to, and to a degree, I still do prefer being around other people as opposed to being with myself. But especially because I've needed time to like decompress after my anxiety got really bad. The time where I'm just like by myself or only with one other person doing work, it's just like, oh god, it feels so nice.
Mm. Yeah, I do understand some of that. I like parasocial relationships. I do enjoy talking into my screen a great deal.
Oh, you'll love it here then.
Yeah, it's sort of uncomfortably comfortable. Uh, yeah.
Well, you've talked a little bit about like how you deal with insurance and whatnot, but what has been like the broad scope of your work ever since getting your economics degree? Like, I'm sure it wasn't insurance the whole time.
It's been a lot because you can do microeconomics or you can do macroeconomics.
Hmm.
And microeconomics, in my opinion, is divided into insurance and finance at this point. Um, and finance, I don't really want to deal with. I don't want to manage money. I don't want to care about how the stock market is performing. That's somebody else's obsession. That's somebody else's job. I don't really want to do any of that because it's stressful. It's a lot of work. I like my work-life balance being that I spend a few hours a day doing, selling my labor to make money, and then a number of hours per day to read, to look into the questions, to generate the answers to some of these difficult topics that a lot of people ask about when they discover that you put on airs of being an economist as opposed to being, generic life insurance salesperson number 53B Model C Structured Settlement Brokerage Edition. So, yeah.
And what were some of the topics of lectures that you've given previously to coming on Anime Fox Woman Show?
I've spoken at some length about pretty much everything that a introductory level economics professor at a major university would teach. So I've done principles of micro and macro well enough that I can talk about, supply and demand, price elasticity of demand, gains from trade, gains from specialization, how to calculate GDP, blah, 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 blah. All of that worthless garbage I've talked about. And then the only other topic that I've really delved into enough to be confident enough to give a lecture on it is game theory. And I've talked at great length about game theory because it's of extreme interest to basically everybody in the corporate world, and there's no degree in it. And it's a substrate of economics, which, as we've established, is a discipline that only nerds get into. So it's sort of the hidden undercurrent of economics that actually informs how people rationally make decisions. And yeah, it's game theory. If I had to go to school for economics and get a PhD, it would be somewhere in that general region of things because it's the least mapped out and the most interesting place because it's where your constrained optimization, which is all intermediate microeconomics talks about, is how to optimize whatever you're doing subject to the constraints that you're working with. That's great in a vacuum, and the Cobb-Douglas function that you're used to, or that you go through to teach that, is great in a vacuum, but you don't really do that in the actual business world or anywhere. Because you're never making decisions by yourself in a vacuum. You're always making decisions relative to the decisions other people are making around you. And if you're trying to create a model of the science that doesn't account for what other people are doing and why, then you're operating with flawed models. And that's why a lot of the people that posit these, rational consumer hypotheses in economics are idiots, because they don't consider that irrationality is something that you can measure and take into account. You just have to use less quantitative means of analytics for them. So
is this sort of like the theory that pilots, I guess, the game companies trying to think of ways that prey on people's like fear of missing out and like their gambling addictions? They're just like, how can we incentivize people to keep giving us money? And that's why we have like all these little tiny microtransactions so they don't notice like how much stuff adds up. Is that like part of that?
A lot of it, all game theory is it's a really complex way of saying making decisions relative to the decisions other people are making simultaneously. So a lot of marketing falls under the general substrate of game theory because you're conditioning reflexes if you're in marketing and advertising. That's all you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. And to the extent that you need to understand what people want and what people are doing and consuming in order to predict what they're going to want to consume in the future, that's game theory. All you're doing is judging based upon repetition and data how people are going to move in the future so that you can predict that and presumably outmaneuver them.
That's a lot of braining going into figuring out how to get money out of people.
Well, it's because it's not just about how to get money out of people. There's another major component of it, which is how to get people to do what you want. The military is very interested in game theory because it's the act of using incentives to sort of string people along. It's the carrot instead of the stick. It provides for both, but the main one that game theory measures is how to incentivize people to do what you want them to do. And what people will do in response to certain incentives. Yeah, the study of rational/optimal decision making, but people are not very good at being rational, and what they view as optimal is subject to the extremely subjective whims of their beliefs.
Oh my gosh. The amount of people that are unable to think on a larger scale than what immediately happened to them can get really frustrating regardless of the topic of conversation. Because it's like when you talk about generalities or like averages or like, just things going on a national scale, and they're just like, well, it's not that way around me. And it's like, okay, well, what happens around you and your personal experiences cannot be extrapolated to the generals or the averages.
Yeah, but also correlation does not equal causation, so there's no real way to say for sure with anything.
Yeah. It's like all statistics are probably skewed in some way, and we're not getting anything exactly accurately.
That's why the best thing that you can do is just profess your bias openly and say, this is where I am coming from. This is my angle, so to speak. Do with that information what you will and factor it into your decisions however you will. Because if you try to conceal it and hide it and, make yourself seem like, oh, no, I'm just here out of a sense of pure altruism, get real, right? Like, nobody's going to believe you. Absolutely not.
The more someone
So,
professes being like a pure altruism, I don't care, it makes me more suspicious of them.
yeah, very much the same here. I think a lot of the reason why I've had some success in my industry is because I'm not a salesman. I'm just not. I'm a teacher. And if you want to learn, I'm happy to help you learn whatever it is that you're trying to. In my case, usually it's economics because economic illiteracy is, I think, the biggest industry. There's an illiteracy industry for every major important field, and either economic or media illiteracy are, I think, the two most important and lucrative to keeping the system under control.
Absolutely. And I have one more silly question before we get into the meat of things here. Proctor
Yeah.
told me you actually hate anime.
All right, so Proctor is not wrong. I'm not a huge anime fan.
You're racist against my people?
No, it gets better. I don't really like any form of non-interactive audiovisual media. Like, the closest I get is like I like Clint Eastwood movies because it feels like the equivalent of like watching one of those Western or watching one of those Western books that they're based off of. But some of my best friends do use anime profile pictures. It's true.
I don't think I have a racist word you can call me, though. I guess weeb would be the closest one.
But all right, let me explain exactly where this originated. It originated because I went to American Public High School, and the animes that people discussed were, as our good friend Proctor has occasionally referenced it, shonen anime garbage.
Ooh, yeah.
And as a result of dealing with people who like really had passionate opinions about Naruto, it was just easier for me to be like, I don't like anime. I'm sorry, it's just not for me. Uh,
You didn't want a Naruto run down the hallways with the weeb kids?
it's like I went to a high school where I was there was a bunch of jocks, obviously, and they kind of like clicked up. And then there was like everybody else, and I attracted nerds, but if you were the wrong type of nerd, I just bullied you until you left me alone. And so a major component of that was getting all of the weeaboo people like the hell away from me because I just there's a certain aspect and level of cringe I'm willing to tolerate in my direct vicinity. And if you're so insufferable that me, a relatively insufferable person, can notice it, I simply don't want to deal with you. Sorry.
You didn't want the girls wearing the cat ears coming up to you at lunch and hitting you with the "Ooh, woo, Alex, can I be your catwoman?"
I graduated in 2014, and thank God the only people that were wearing cat ears back then were like the dudes that became femboys. Like that was it. Almost all of the girls like wore Uggs and leggings to school, like North Face fleeces. It was a very basic time to be alive.
That is a terrifying thought that none of the women at your school ever wore cat ears. It was just men who did it.
Yeah, no, there are several people around the general town where my school is located that are like renowned for never taking off their tails and like wearing cat ears and blah 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 blah. And like I said, those people really distinguished themselves because like I like anime, and it's just easier for me as a nerd looking at another nerd to just be like, nah, I don't recognize you because we are two different substrates of nerds.
Yeah, you're just like, I'm a nerd, but I'm not like the stinky, unwashed flavor of nerd that you seem to be.
No, I'm like the nerd that is straight out of like a 1950s movie and like, dresses the part, acts the part, sort of formal, extremely dry. And I just I wasn't interested in being associated with new age like mumble rap listening, anime enjoying nerds. It wasn't for me. And
In my defense, I didn't start listening to mumble rap until like 3 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
I listened to a lot of like metal when I was younger, so I had some redeeming qualities.
I did too, and then I stopped being a teenager, and my music taste just like degenerated into pretty much only like stuff old people listen to. It's really sad.
Also understandable. I hear stuff from like the Lawrence Welk show and I get nostalgic. So,
Yeah.
now that we know that you hate my people and our stinky
Yep.
unwashed bodies,
Yep.
Proctor had also mentioned something called the Bretton Woods system and how it was a
Oh.
quote unquote Satan's finest creation.
That does sound like the sort of thing he would say.
I didn't remember like even the name of this, so I had to like look it up again, and it said it was like an international monetary system that would ensure exchange rate stability, prevent competitive devaluations, and promote economic growth. And this kind of, to me, sounded like the one world currency kind of messaging that all of the globalist people kind of try to push on everyone. Could you explain this in more
Sure.
high IQ terms?
So, while I'm explaining this, I would like you to note that when the Bretton Woods Act was established, it was illegal for Americans to hold large quantities of gold bullion with the intent of, trading with it, essentially. The New Deal made that illegal during the era that this was discussed. And all Bretton Woods really wanted to do was tie every currency to the Federal Reserve note because they had control of the Federal Reserve note by that point. And they used the justification that, every other civilized economy in the world is in ruins. So why wouldn't we put in with the United States, and in exchange the United States will use their very legal and totally legit income tax money to help rebuild Europe. And that sort of it came with a few other caveats. The main one that I'm not very fond of is that it replaced gross national product with gross domestic product. And that doesn't sound like a very big deal because the only major difference between the two is that domestic product is more accepting of non-citizen labor and the labors of non-citizens. Neither one uses in its calculation what's called intermediate goods, which are goods used in the production of other goods. That doesn't factor into the calculation of either one. So gross domestic product allows for not only cheaper labor internally, but also the solicitation of cheaper intermediate goods externally. So it sort of allows them to cook the books a little bit. And it's stuff like that. It's the fact that they redefined what economics was with St. Keynes as its author. Keynes and his economic theories, the damage that they have done really cannot be understated. And the Bretton Woods system was directly responsible for giving him the agency and influence that he needed in order to make that work.
I actually don't know anything about Keynes.
All right. I will give you a one quick fact blurb, and I'll see how many more facts after this you need.
Okay.
The Benito Mussolini, you might remember him from Italy in around the
Hey, I
early
know
40s.
that guy.
Yeah, he said that the end of laissez-faire, which was one of his Keynes's sort of seminal works, provided a very basic and extremely functional outlook for what fascist economics looks like, with so much to praise and so little to criticize. And I think that if you look at it from his perspective, you might be able to see why the current ruling class and the ruling class that emerged post World War II really liked him and saw a lot of value in his work and embracing his work. And they made the Bretton Woods system in his image. And like I said, they redefined the science. You don't graduate with a degree in economics these days knowing much about what was done before St. Keynes came along and gave us his beautiful Bretton Woods system and said that we need to maximize employment. We just need people doing stuff. Who cares how valuable the stuff is? We need low unemployment and manageable inflation. And how's that worked out?
Pretty poorly, I would say. I guess, did that theory of economics have anything to do with the push in feminism in the United States, where women did have the ability to choose whether they wanted to be a housewife or enter the workforce, but for some reason it was still seen as, like, not equal, and they had to push even further for apparently equality in the workplace around the 60s and 70s?
That was done with the intent of devaluing the worth of American labor. Because if you introduce women to the workplace, ignoring all the gender politics, all you do is double or approximately double the amount of eligible workers within the country that can go off to work. And as a result of that, it was really heavily incentivized by the powers that be. Now, you combine this with the fact that if you have a stay-at-home mother, then what utility does a public school provide that she does not?
Mm-hmm.
She takes care of the children. She monitors them, makes sure that they're learning things, doing things correctly, and generally growing into intelligent young people, young adults. But if she's working, what are those kids to do? They suddenly need the support provided to them by the school and by the school's extracurriculars a lot more than when they had a parent at home who was very involved and solely involved in their life without a bunch of affairs outside of the house. Another very interesting fact of what it did was it finished pulling the switch that giving women the franchise started. And granted, women should have had the franchise, but by fully embracing this, they are voting, functioning, working members of society that pay their income tax. They succeeded in destroying the family unit as the basic unit of civilization. They turned it instead into the individual. And they gave families that were smart enough to remember the old ways a massive and systemic leg up over everybody else. Because smart and wise people realize that their children are their future, and they will do everything in their power to help them and encourage them and facilitate them. And it's only really the parents that are sort of in the I got mine, every crumb for himself type camp that are not like that. So they obviously try to push that mentality on people as hard as they possibly can. That's why you'll hear old people nowadays going, "You kids are so entitled. You don't realize how good we had it back in the day that we completely fucked away so that you can't have it. But, you're entitled because I was able to so-and-so and blah, blah, blah." We've all heard it before. And those people live in blissful ignorance to exactly how responsible they are personally on an individual level, because they would all rather pass the buck and go, I just did what everybody else was doing. It's like, yeah, and if you do what they did, you get what they got. And what they got was a slow roll of fiat currency. And this is, by the way, to trail back to the original question that was posed. Fiat is what they did. That was why Bretton Woods worked so well, because it was a system that was born to die. It was a system that had the gold close window in the early 70s, and they knew that, sure, an act of God could kick that can down the road another 20, 30 years. But by then they had sort of figured that there would be bigger fish to fry, there would be more important things for the public to worry about. They were really banking on the ignorance and stupidity of people to prevent them from defending what was theirs. And
it sort of sounds like, as well, from what you were describing, at least in my brain, maybe this is tinfoil, but from what you're describing, when you had said that they had the focus on, like, non-citizen labor as well, that's another way to devalue what people are worth in the workforce. And if you're bringing in, like, all of the women as well, without, like, equality, more focused on equity, they already could destroy the low-income class by having, like, single mothers dependent on the government instead of dependent on the father of the child, right? Instead of a cohesive family unit, they depend on the government. But they didn't have any way to destroy the middle class in that sense, because they were, for the most part, not the same as the low-income families. They had the family unit together. But if you pull the woman out of the house and put her in the workforce permanently without the choice, that's a way to destroy the middle class as well. So they sort of suffer the same problem where, like, the middle class is now becoming more dependent on the government, just like the lower income classes. And you all serve the elite class, I suppose, right?
I prefer the term management class, but yeah. And realistically, all they're trying to do, all the management class wants right now, is a very simple, stratified, two-tier system, where there are managers and there are consumers. That's it. You can be one or the other.
What would be the benefit in their mind of this two-tier system?
Simple. You can promote or produce a pretty much complete and utter moat around the information that separates the two, such that given 2-3 generations, you can make passage up almost impossible. And when you do that, it then just becomes a game of, sort of last man standing among the ruling class to enjoy the world in their image, while the consumer class just kind of like goes to work, pays their taxes, eats the food that is provided to them, and doesn't question anything about it, and just go about their daily existences without giving much critical thought. They want to. I think that it would be helpful for me to summarize their general views with anybody that will not use their intelligence has no intelligence. Such people are the lawful prey of those of us who are willing to use our intelligence because it's the survival of the fittest and we need to survive and we don't really want to share the world with a bunch of stinky, stupid, poor people.
I mean, I don't even know if it's only a quote-unquote the stupid, stinky, poor people, but the people that are just like, oh yeah, I just don't want to care about that, and I got too much going on in my own life, like I just don't want to pay attention. Those are the people who like piss me off, right? It's like you might just be one person, but you could still, I don't know, care, like pay attention. I don't know. It's just better, even if it's more depressing to know about things going on. I feel like it's better to be informed.
Yes, it is. And they would say that in the ideal world, if they were forced to defend this view, which they never will be, they would say that the meritocratic individuals among the lower classes can rise through the so-and-so to become plutocrats like them. And yeah, maybe. But probably not. Because if you just teach people how to be obedient and normalize going to work, doing your job, coming home, watching TV, eating a fast food dinner, going to bed, wake up, do it all again, most people are not going to question that. As long as you meet their needs, subject to, whatever doctrine or dogma you're trying to push. For the most part, people, if you don't teach them how to think for themselves, won't think for themselves. The last few years of working with people's finances and seeing a guy who's got $100,000 in the bank and $10,000 in credit card debt with the same bank, and his $100,000 is making 0.02%, and his credit card debt is being paid at a rate of 7.7, and he's automatically making the minimum drawn out requirement. When I see those, and I see them a depressing amount of the time, I find myself thinking, I understand why the, parasite ruling class has the view of these people that they do. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't really justify it. Because at the last look, the same people that are claiming to be the enlightened superior intellects are the people that have hobbled public education, the people that pushed John Dewey on the rest of us and said, nah, you're not supposed to use education to get smarter. You're supposed to use education to become a functional member of a civilization. Ugh.
And functional to them is basically just what you said, being a working drone underneath them.
Yeah, exactly. They don't really want you to think. They don't need you to think. They've done that part for you. They need you to sit at a desk and push buttons.
And I think papers or whatever. That's kind of where I've had a rant before as well. The Biden administration pushed out something that would cause people who have positive credit scores to pay more money on their mortgages to make up for the people who have low credit scores and can't pay as much for their mortgages. And I see it all the time in the VTuber community where there are people who will make financial decisions, like buying expensive new models, buying tons of skebs. Skeb is a like a Japanese buy on demand sort of commission site where you commission an artist and they just kind of do what they want with your commission. They give it to you eventually. You have no communication with the artist, so you can't like make changes or say anything past the initial draft. I don't like Skeb very much. It's not something I'm interested in personally. I like having communication, but with that, they spend all of this money on things that are unnecessary and what I would say are like luxuries, right? Like you don't need a $15,000 model to do what I'm doing. Like mine is definitely not that expensive. You don't need like copious amounts of hundreds of dollars of skebs to do what I'm doing. But these people will go out and do that. And then like the next month they'll be like, oh, I need to open emergency donations. I can't pay my rent this month. And it's like, maybe you should have thought ahead and spent your money on these necessities. I've been in the position before where I was out of work because of my anxiety. I'd had to quit my job. I was basically living off of my credit card limit because I had like a small, amount of savings I had saved up, but it's like I needed to keep paying bills and I had no money coming in. And so I had to budget things with my credit card and just hope that I would be able to find a job and pay that off later. And it just, I don't know, it's crazy to me that there are so many people who don't even understand like the basics of I need to save X amount of money in order to pay for these things that I need to live before they go out and buy like luxury things. And I guess that's another part of like just keeping people ignorant of how to exist, I suppose.
Yeah, like I've said earlier, financial illiteracy is an absolutely colossal industry. I've heard it said a number of times, why don't they teach us to do taxes? Why don't they teach us how credit cards work? Parentheses here. They don't teach you how credit cards work because you wouldn't get one if you could physically avoid it if they did.
Yeah.
They don't tell you how taxes work because if they did, then you would be outraged and disgusted and you wouldn't want to buy into the system. They don't teach you any of the tips and tricks that the ruling class use to consolidate and empower their wealth because they want you spending hours of your life to build money. They don't want you being able to access the same levers of passive income that sustain them. It's sad. It really is kind of sad because there's enough resource on the planet to sustain a comfortable existence for everybody living here without much difficulty. But because of elitism, greed, and really just elitism and greed, contempt, I suppose, we literally can't have nice things because somebody wants to have a 5% nicer house than their neighbor.
And with the credit card thing, it's like even if you end up like playing their game with the credit card system, it's like you understand that it's all rigged from the start anyways, which is why they can just do this thing where it's like, oh, you've played our game the correct way, you good little pawn, now we're just gonna fuck you harder because we know you'll take it anyway. It's just so fucking frustrating.
Yeah, it's quite sad because people nowadays are waking up to the fact that they're under attack, but they knew that a while ago, and they're no closer to understanding the mechanisms by which they're being attacked, suppressed, and defeated than they were, when their fathers were looking at the same question. And it's vexing. It's really frustrating to me, as somebody that's delved pretty deep into it, to get these answers, only to find that they're pretty simple and straightforward. It's just maddening.
It's incredibly maddening trying to get people to care about what's essentially their own destruction, but as long as they have sort of their bread and circus, they're content to just continue on regardless of what's happening. Yep.
And I stopped feeling bad for those people a while ago because it's proffering sympathy into a black hole. If you just simply like want to go along to get along, that's great. I hope that you get a little. I hope that you get what you're looking for and everything goes well with you. I want to help the people that want to liberate themselves from the system. I want to help the people that actually are interested in finding out the things that I've discovered. And it was sort of to that end that I was willing to get over my initial, like, anime Catwoman. Huh? Because I figured that I would find at least a few people here who are capable of independent thought. Because I didn't figure that people incapable of such would be interested in your sort of entertainment. No offense intended.
No, none taken, honestly. I mean, chat, how would you guys feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? All right, okay? I'm sure you've heard that joke line of questioning, right?
Oh god. I've heard that joke line of questioning, and I've also read depositions. And let me tell you, you read the deposition of somebody that's got 75, 80 IQ, you can tell immediately, because the moment a hypothetical question is posed, clueless. Utter cluelessness.
Oh my god.
You just imagine somebody who sat for 4 years of undergraduate school, 3 years of law school, studied while being an intern to sit for the bar, sitting there, fantasizing about their 3-martini lunch as they stare at this fucking moron. Just like, please, for the love of God, will you answer these questions so that I can go drink to forget about you? And I have seen this play out. I haven't actually watched depositions get taken because, thank God, I am not a lawyer. I have the sense and presence of mind to spare myself from such a fate. And I just... the thought of it is just so entertaining, because I've read depositions and then helped the client that got deposed. And those people, you could, like I said, you tell them the deposition and then you meet them and shake their hand and you're just like, yes, you are a great person, and I'm glad that you're sitting in front of me because you are probably not sophisticated enough to understand this on your own, nor do you have any interest in understanding it on your own. You think that how money works is an arcane, like, mystery, and just one of those things that the universe dictates. It's not even like you have preconceived notions, because that would require you to have thoughts about the subject in general. You just don't care. And God bless that attitude, really.
And in theory, if, like, people to that degree got together and were able to form a sort of ruling class, what would like happen economically to a country that was governed by people with that low subset standard of IQ?
They would be pretty summarily deposed. I don't honestly think that any idiot could remain in a position of power and authority for any great length of time without being shown the door, killed. They get a scheming second in command who stacks relevant positions of authority with people loyal to them, and then they use that to ruthlessly manipulate the whole system. Like, infiltration and subversion is a pretty solved game. Machiavelli was writing about it in the 15th century. I don't think that there's any way that it could happen, especially not from here, unless, like, a lot of people died violently, which I don't think is terribly likely. I'd like to take a moment to address the people who are talking about the White House and all of the American politicians.
Yeah, of course. If you see something in chat and you want to address it, be my guest.
Sure. Every single president in my lifetime, which I'm not going to count Clinton. Clinton was intelligent, but I wasn't of the age of reason. From George Bush forward, every single one of those guys was really smart. And W. Bush played stupid, Trump played stupid, and Biden plays senile, but I don't think Biden's playing anymore. I think that the guy genuinely has lost a lot of his marbles, but he was intelligent in his heyday. He was just they were extremely malicious and self-serving in the use of their intelligence. And that was sort of disguised under this doddering layer of golly gee whiz, I don't understand the consequences of my own actions. I just tripped my way through Yale and went to get a, cushy government job and tripped my way up through that right into the presidency. And it's just you look at a country where all of our politicians are lawyers and doctors and soft positions like that. And then you contrast it against somewhere where the ruling class is composed of like engineers and people who actually do or learned how to do real work instead of manipulating words. And the differences in terms of the systems that they've created and the way that the people operate within those systems are quite remarkable. So, yeah.
So
It's
if we have like the people who subvert the ruling class that wasn't intelligent enough to rule their own countries, and so the people come in who have the intelligence to do so, they subvert them, they take over, they get into positions of power, and now they're ruling over a country of people that are basically the drones that they wanted, right? That'll just like work and accept things.
Yeah.
But like what is like where do you go from there? Like what do you do in that position?
There are a few things. You either degenerate into decadence. You could start a religion that preaches that you and the other people who are in your position have a sovereign right to be there and, all of that. But really what you do is you reinforce the programming that got you there in the first place. All of this is just a means to saying that. If I were suddenly ruling over, group of people like that, I would start by handwriting the education curriculum. I would write as much of the textbooks as I could physically stand to, and I would see to it that the people were educated to know exactly as much about the world as I need them to, and not very much more. And I would make sure that they thought that they understood everything, and that they used rationalism, and that they were guided by, reason above all else, when in reality, they weren't. They sort of just knew enough to do what they were told, and they thought that they were doing the right thing because they were kept ignorant to as many of the exterior or external circumstances as you possibly could. And you would be relying on their ignorance in this case to not look outside of their trough and see the world around them. Because if they did that, then they might get ideas. And that's one of the reasons why the ruling class is currently in the position that they're in, where they're kind of like really, really scared of the peasantry. Because in the good old days, there was a king to sort of run interference or to serve as a lightning rod. Now there's really not. So they just have to like hope that they can keep the masses distracted with bread circuses and happy-go-lucky fun times until enough of the knowers die. And then when enough of the knowers die, they can, sort of move on with whatever nefarious schemes that they have in mind.
And
Yeah,
I think,
it's...
sorry,
I
go
got
ahead.
off top. No, go on.
Okay. So I think that kind of ties in with them not really wanting, like you said, people to notice anything. Because I'm trying to jumble my thoughts here because I lose track very easily. When like January 6th, right? It was just like, oh, an attack on our democracy. This is the worst thing that could have ever happened, blah, blah, blah. But the people who went there to directly do something to the government that has power. And it always struck me as very odd that people would condemn what happened on January 6th and yet be in favor of like the Antifa types who went and burned down cities and ruined businesses and lives of average people who have nothing to do with the laws that are being passed. In my opinion, it makes more sense to take your grievances directly to the politicians that have power. But because they're the ones in power, they have to make that sound scarier than the average people getting their businesses and homes burned down. They have to make a huge deal as possible to make sure that nobody else ever thinks of challenging the ruling class that way.
The ruling class has not established any measurable level of credence or credibility to their arguments. Their arguments are not intended to hold up to scrutiny. Their arguments are not intended to be scrutinized. You either buy them wholesale because you want the increased standard of living that they provide, or you don't buy them at all. And they're attempting to create a world in which if you choose option 2, then you are simply isolated from as much of civilization as they can possibly manage. Yeah, they're kind of succeeding. They're not really succeeding because the boomers aren't dying fast enough, but they're getting there.
Would you say that
So,
like the people who talk about wanting to go off grid kind of are just playing into the same hands, where it's like they just want to, kind of get rid of this whole system, but they're just going to go away instead of actually trying to do anything about it?
I think that the people that want to go off grid are sort of the logical extreme of the bury my head in the sands and pretend that I don't notice that everything is getting shittier people. Uh, so I think that their goal is simply to ignore it and to put enough space between them and the thing that they don't like that they don't have to think about it anymore and they can just care about their cabbages and radishes. But I don't really know. I don't subscribe to that theory. I don't want to run away, so I don't really give much credence or consideration to the people that do. Because I figure that if you want to run away, then all you need from me is advice on the most efficient ways to do that. And I can provide that just fine without, burdening you with the knowledge of what it is that you're abandoning.
That's true and fair. It just seems kind of, I guess, sad to me because if you sort of exit, I don't really want to call it a battle, but like if you exit the fight that we're in at this current point in time where it's reached such a societal apex, I feel like it's just going to get even worse when we're losing people that know what's going on and are instead choosing to check out entirely.
Yep. Ask if he believes that racial hatred/violence is a dividing factor among the classes. They're certainly trying to make it. It's a fault line that was here when the founders founded the country, and they didn't know what the hell to do about it. We still don't know what the hell to do about it. But as the propaganda gets worse, that's a very easy angle for them to exploit. So it's a dividing factor among the lower class. The management class doesn't care what color the other managers they're working with are.
Well, it seemed
The
to me that it was just another point of like Marxist subversion, whereas in the USSR and other countries they were mostly homogenous, so they had to divide people based on class and sex. But in America, where we are such a diverse country, they could use class and sex and then add in race as another pain point to further divide people.
Yeah, they really like having 1,000 different fault lines to break civilizations apart with. This is a large part of the reason why they're so happy to. You asked a little bit further down about why everybody pushes the same sort of narrative and view and all of that. And this sort of draws at that, or fights at that same point, which is they view themselves as a autonomous unit wholly separated from you guys, from us,
Mm-hmm.
the consumerist masses. And they're quite proud of this separation and take whatever steps they can to exacerbate it. Um, as such, hell, I lost my train of thought because of the damn dog. Uh, Identity politics. They don't really have them. They don't, like I said, they don't care who they're ruling alongside because there are plebes that look like every different ruler. So it's just about fomenting division and distrust and dislike across the proles. In 2016, Amazon did some very interesting research into the unionization rates, and what they found was that the more diverse your workforce, the less interested they were in unionizing, which stands to reason because it's the fewer things that they have in common. When unions were very strong in America, it was when America had a strong sense of what it was to be America. We had a strong national identity. We had a culture that was as regional, that was diverse across regions because there wasn't easy mass communication, but where every region felt different, but still sort of together, if that makes any kind of sense.
Mm-hmm.
And losing that, they're trying to simply destroy as many things that people could cling to as they can, so that you are instead reliant upon performative, consumeristic, you know, buying shit for your identity type of thing.
Yeah.
Um, it's about molding the ideal consumer as somebody that has no ethical qualms except the ones that they're told to have. Uh, uh, they use those to justify their self-righteousness and ignoring everything else, but they mostly just want people to rely on them, period. But in this specific context, they want people to rely on them for their sense of who they are and what they value in this world.
And I guess going along that train of thought, it makes sense why companies are pushing the, like, we care about your identity, we identify with these identities that you have, and you want to purchase from us because we want to protect your identity.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, like I said, it's about making people have to perform in order to get themselves, feeling like they belong or associated with the given thing that they value. Uh, yeah, it's downright Hegelian in nature. They want people they have no purpose, no values, no rights, but to live and die for the glory of the state, which they view as the procession of God through history. Because that's them. They're the state.
And I'm sure you know useful idiots as a term. What about the people that believe themselves to be a part of this class, and so they espouse the same beliefs to sort of push the ideology, and they don't realize that they're going to be one of the ones who are going to be taken out by those who rule above them as well?
This is sort of the thing. It's just that if you are a knower, they don't like you. It doesn't matter if you are a knower on their side or not. They don't like you. They would rather you did not exist. And if they get their way, you will not. And that's... People don't have that context. They don't understand that there is absolutely no loyalty among people who are intelligent enough to push this scheme on the rest of us and believe themselves to be superior. Because if you don't have the bloodline to prove it, I don't care. They're not going to care. If you can't prove that you're aristocratic going back several generations, it does not matter how many dollars you accumulate or how many people worship the ground you walk on. They're still going to look at you as nouveau riche until your family can prove across generations that they deserve a seat at the table. All while the ruling class is trying to destroy you. So there's no convenient path into that world. And attempting to get there is not going to be productive. Because you're right. In the event that they get what they want, the people who know too much... That's what happened to the Soviets.
Mm-hmm. And is this sort of like... I'm not sure what your feelings on Trump specifically are, but he came out and mentioned, like, hey, here are these things that are wrong with the economic system. Here are the loopholes that all of these guys back here are using to keep themselves ahead of everyone else. These are the same loopholes that I use and abuse because it's legal to do so, and they don't want you to know that these things exist because you would get very angry. And instead of, like, understanding what he was saying, everyone sort of jumped to the, oh my god, Trump is abusing them too! And it's just like, Can you use your 2 brain cells for just, like, 1 second and understand, like, what he's... Like, if you were in his position, you would be abusing them too, because it's legal to do so. And he's not going to get in trouble for it. Yeah.
Because you can't not use them. If you don't use them, you don't end up there. It's really that simple. If you have ethical qualms about abusing the United States tax code, you're never going to be within even a throwing distance of that. You can't be. You'll get filtered out. There are people much more ruthless and with many fewer scruples who are willing to do things like that. People willing to do far worse. It's insane. I think that Trump demonstrates what the media actually hates. Like, the media pretends to hate, like, Andrew Tate, for instance, because that way they can sell, like, Andrew Tate versus Hassanabi, which side are you on?
Well, yeah, but those are just distractions for people who are into entertainment, right? Like, those people don't matter. Like, neither of them will matter.
Politics are distractions for people who are into being distracted by politics. There's been a systematic attempt since this Bretton Woods system was implemented to decouple the economic function and the gubernatorial function of America. And they've basically just kind of like, they wanted politics to become the WWE for the people who view themselves as sophisticated among the trolls.
Yeah.
They wanted it to be a sort of scripted kabuki theater where everything happens the way that they want it to, and nothing unusual or interesting ever happens, type of thing. And I think that Trump was really one of the only monkey wrenches to have hit them in a good little while. For whatever else I can say about his policies and him as a person and whatever else, he was definitely superior to the alternative. And he's useful to the ruling class only insofar as he allows them, or he makes a really convenient, like, lightning rod. They can tie everybody who thinks anything even similar to Trump as a filthy Trumper, and that'll immediately ostracize that person from their circle of influence. I've just used the term ideological Maginot Line to refer to the beliefs that they construct. Because it's not a line that's meant to be defended. It's a line that's meant to look imposing and determine on which side of things you fall. And if you want to fall on their side, then you have to regurgitate their line of reasoning. And you have to, agree with what they say and who they say are bad. But when you actually look at who they say are bad, some of them are degenerates. Some of them are not very good at all. And those people are used generally to smear the people that they don't like who pose a genuine threat to things. And I think that Trump definitely does. I think that if he were not president, we would not have anywhere near the amount of knowers that we do currently.
Back when he was elected the first time, I noticed that it was sort of a monkey wrench in their plans, regardless of like things that he did or didn't do. And when it came to thinking about the 2020 election, right? Yeah, 2020. I can't do math. When I get to think about the 2020 election, I was like, whoever's elected at this point in time is not really going to matter too much. It's going to be either a little bit more of a monkey wrench or it's going to be a return to business as usual pre-Trump. What's really going to matter is what happens, I think, in 2024, because it's going to basically either solidify what they've been doing for the past several decades, or we're going to get another monkey wrench that's going to put more of a stop in what's happening. And I see a lot of people talk about how the pendulum is swinging back, and I'm not entirely sure I believe that quite yet. I'd like to because of the boycotts, and I have questions on that later that we'll get into.
Yep.
But I'm not entirely sure how much that's actually swinging back as of right now. And I wonder if you like kind of agree on my assessment with timeline there.
Right now, I do agree. I think that things are still a bit quiet and comfy, so to speak. But I also think that there are some things on the horizon. I'm reminded of that week that all we heard about was the WEF member that went down into the submarine and got imploded.
Yeah,
or whatever
get imploded.
Yeah, exactly, that guy. And we didn't hear anything about Hunter Biden copying a plea deal. We didn't hear anything about John Durham. They swept all of the stuff that we cared about, Schiff getting censured, all of that right under the rug. We don't care about any of that shit. Ignore all of it. Nothing to see here. And to me, that's a symbol that they're afraid. There's some big stuff coming, and I don't know if they have enough distractions. They're certainly lampshading it with all of this UFO garbage that we've been seeing. I think that that's going to be the next big distraction, is I think that some news that is not very favorable to the Biden administration might break, and then we might see more of this Project Bluebeam nonsense.
I also was reading, when I was looking over the sub-implosion stuff, apparently there's a conspiracy theory. I can't really find too much information about it online. Apparently there's a conspiracy theory about how a whole bunch of people that were on the Titanic were against the Federal Reserve being created. Yeah. And so that was like, the conspiracy theory is that was why the Titanic was sunk, is because there were the people on there that were against it. And it turns out that the two people who owned the Macy's Corporation at the time of the sinking of the Titanic were two of the people, the husband was the owner, who was against the Federal Reserve. And those are the ancestors of the wife of the CEO who owned the oceangate.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was an interesting correlation. I'm not sure, like, that's my tinfoil here. I was like, that's really interesting. They had a WEF member, and they had a guy that's related to people who sunk on the Titanic for being against the Federal Reserve. That's what are the odds, honestly?
Well, the odds are pretty good. Hate to say it, but coincidence is a word that I've believed in progressively less as the news has gone on.
Mm-hmm.
So, I look at those distraction stories, and I think that a lot of it is, it's got to be manufactured. I don't think that guy intended for things to happen and himself to be imploded, but the timing was really, really convenient relative to absolutely everything that was going on in the world at the time.
Well, even if you don't intend to have yourself imploded, when you're part of that cabal, I suppose, I imagine much like Epstein had blackmail on so many fucking people, everyone knows everyone's business, and if you step out of line, they can be like, look, if you don't do this, we're gonna let everyone know all of this stuff. And so he might have had, again, tinfoil, he might have had the choice of like, you're gonna go down with this sub, or we're gonna tell everyone about all of this shit about you.
I think that if he was misbehaving, then they wouldn't have bothered giving him advance notice. That had just killed him.
I mean, fair, but he was useful for, I guess, taking other people down with him, which they wouldn't have known about.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think that there's only so much to be gained from looking at a wreck in the bottom of the ocean.
No,
I sort
agree.
of think of industries like that as a sort of it's just designed to keep wealth flowing. It's designed to sort of spin aimlessly like a giant wheel, just holding energy and, growing it a little bit, but more or less using it to keep people employed doing something frivolous and pointless.
Just again with the tinfoil, it's like if you are able to take out somebody who's problematic with another couple of people who might be problematic or that you don't want around, and you get to use that as like a multi-day distraction from things you don't want people to look at, that's it looks like a little birthday cake to me.
Yeah, and coincidences like that are at least a little common. So I don't know. I don't really want to delve too much into that. It's not really my wheelhouse, so to speak.
That's fair. I just like conspiracy theories.
That's pretty reasonable.
But sort of on the similar train of thought, the monetary agreement that like standardized currency exchange rates, when we like weigh other nation currencies against the USD specifically, and then excuse me, USD against gold, why is this flawed?
As I alluded to earlier, well, all right. For one, it presupposes that the United States global corporate hegemony is taken for granted and is a good thing. I don't necessarily agree. It makes the Federal Reserve the most powerful institution on the planet. And in addition to doing that, they also created a nice window that was intended to expire so that someday the Federal Reserve note would be entirely decoupled from hard monies altogether, and then the fun truly began. So if you ask me, Bretton Woods was a ticking time bomb, and they put this together under the knowledge that people care a great deal right now because it's, post-World War II reconstruction, but if we give this can a nice solid kick down the road, nobody will give a shit about it, and then we can do with it what we will.
So, even though that this system had dissolved back in like the late 60s, early 70s, we're still feeling the effects of that program today, even?
Yeah, absolutely, because the effects of that program were that the gold window closed, the Federal Reserve retained its incredible position of respectable authority over basically every other central bank because it simply had that much influence just bestowed upon it by virtue of being the dominant bank in the post-World War II Reconstruction era, that the damage was done. You know, simply giving them the ability to print infinite money that they loan into existence against the will of, or against the word of the American people, you know, that was the end goal. I think that from the moment that Bretton Woods was constructed until the moment it fell apart, they were simply using it to buy enough time that nobody would really question it too much because we were in the middle of a very politicized and publicized war when it happened. They could just quietly get rid of the gold backing of the Federal Reserve. Interestingly, though, they did this, and then in '75 they struck down the statute that made it illegal to hold gold bullion.
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, nowadays you could trade in gold and silver with people who are into that sort of thing. Funnily enough,
there's a lot of commercials that just sort of tell you, like, oh, now is the time to buy gold.
It's always the time to buy gold.
And I guess Proctor had a message here. Basically, why care or do anything about it when nobody is elected long enough to care? Just make your money in the broken system and then retire.
Well, he's right. The measure of a good politician is how long can he go until the feedback of his actions are felt. And if he's really good at his job, then hopefully he'll be in the grave by the time people realize what it is that he did to them.
I was gonna say, there's a lot of people who are really shitty as politicians, and yet somehow keep getting elected.
Yes, somehow. I will not comment on their incredible fortune in this regard beyond somehow.
Oh, I mean, feel free to expand if you so desire. We do a bit of glowing.
I don't know. If I'm gonna glow, I'd rather glow describing a bit about the function of the bank itself, which was sort of one of the things that I prepared quite a bit. So there are three. The first thing to know is that economics is an energy science. Mm-hmm. So an economic model can be constructed using potential energy, kinetic energy, and energy dissolution, which between them can model an economy with useful accuracy and predictability. And the ruling class essentially needed the breakthrough of the computer in order to process massive amounts of data in order to use these key energy concepts to regulate and control the economy, because without that, there's simply too much data in circulation for that. So the timing of the electronic computer materializing at the end of World War II gave them the means that they needed to input the data that they had into a system that would automatically process it. And then that system would give them the ability to sort of control where the economy was growing. It's a very interesting system because if you go to college for economics, they will describe a couple of the key features that are used in its construction. Like intermediate macroeconomics is the best example of this because they teach you how to do a supply shock, which is a very useful thing to know how to do because it allows you to say when a poultry farm burns or explodes, or cotton crops get burned. It allows you to monitor the effects of those sorts of consumption, or what's consumed instead. How do consumers react when the price of something suddenly jumps up 20% and it normalizes back down slowly over the course of time, or doesn't? That is something that they teach you how to do in college without really explaining much of why you need to know how to do that. Mm-hmm. But when you look at the system through the energy science models, it becomes immediately apparent that you use that to measure exactly what people are buying, how people are interacting with the marketplace, which is inductance. Humans are the magnetic field around the flow of current, or currency in this case. And the bank issues the currency in waves, essentially. They want to produce overconfidence in your consumption habits by making money very easy to get a hold of for a very long time. And then they suddenly tighten the reins, start collecting, and use that period of collection to trade essentially worthless paper notes for things of real value, like, your house, or something else that you have a large loan against, your cars. If the flow of current is shut off, then much like a magnetic field would in actual physical electronic science, the people around that current will disappear, either through moving or through negation of the population through something like famine or war. Because war is ultimately just an act of destroying the creditors of, whoever holds the things that are indebting you. You just go and shoot them and, hey, what do you know? You don't owe anybody anymore. Yeah, that's how the Federal Reserve actually functions in practice. It's more like an electrical engineering exercise than it is like a exercise in anything people conceive of as economics.
And speaking of war, we always seem to spend like a massive amount of money on foreign war efforts. So like wars that we have like essentially no real societal interest in being involved in, but economically, I guess it helps people who are in positions of power somehow. I'm not exactly sure how, which I guess is kind of my question. Like, why do we spend tons of our money on foreign wars?
Because the money that we invest in war requires further investment of more money to keep it going. In physical science, there is a device called a flywheel, which essentially just stores energy. As energy is deposited into it, the wheel simply spins faster. You can imagine that a military is essentially just a very large economic flywheel. It doesn't produce much of any actual value, so it doesn't produce like capital, which would be conductance, and it doesn't produce any goods. It just kind of keeps people working. It's the triumph of the Keynesian theory of economics, which says that society is at its best when everybody is just working. Doesn't matter what they're doing, but as long as people are being paid money that they can use to interface with the system, economics is working. Smiley face, thumbs up, 100 emoji. Like, it's such a simplistic understanding of the science that you can see why people latched onto it so hard.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's wild to me, because you're right. We don't have any reason on the face of it to do these things, except that because we do these things, we can spend more money to continue doing these things. And if we stopped tomorrow and started drawing back our military, then we would suddenly have like over 1 million unemployed people that we just destroyed their job because we don't want to maintain U.S. global hegemony, which we've worked so hard for so many years to maintain.
And I guess on the same scale, like even if that makes a small amount of sense in the scope of as long as everyone's working, smiley face, things are going well. What about the countries that we just give aid to? Like we're just dumping billions and billions of dollars in aid, and that's not providing jobs even. Like what is that doing? What is the incentive for that? Is that just creating like more puppet states for us to control essentially?
Pretty much, yeah. If you expect a state to do your bidding somewhere, then you'd better be damn sure that you're paying the bills of the people who, are running the country for you by proxy. And there's a lot of rackets going on. A lot of rackets.
It's more valuable to keep buying off those other countries than to worry about further placating the people in your home country?
Yeah, because All right, let me ask this. If the ruling class is waging a war on some aspect of their own country, uh, what is it? What thing is, or yeah, which metric? There we go. That's the word. Which metric do you think the American elites are attacking within America?
I suppose they would be attacking like the cultural aspect entirely.
Yes, they are, but they're using that as a means to get at the single metric, and it is a metric, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that they can observably measure. That's what they're attacking, and that something is the birth rate,
Ah.
because they don't want more of you. They simply don't. I'm sorry to say it, but if you're in this chat, then you probably know a little too much. You probably have a little too much to think. Um, you're not somebody that is an optimal consumer in the world that they're trying to build. As such, they are trying to bring your bloodline to a bloodless end. They would like you to die um, happily, with a smile on your face, enjoying the decadence that the system provided. But um, yeah, ultimately, they do not want you to reproduce, and they would be very, very happy if you simply did not do that thing. And
That
they will
kind
do
of
everything in their power to keep you complacent enough that you won't revolt, but unhappy enough that you don't feel comfortable in your existence and aren't willing to try and further proliferate yourself.
I guess that would
So,
kind of explain Shinzo Abe getting assassinated, right? Because his whole platform was have children. I'm going to give you benefits for having children. Please, for the love of God, reproduce.
yes. In Hungary right now, if you have 3 children, you are permanently immunized against the income tax. Places are really desperately trying to counteract the actions being taken by the ruling class to curtail the birth rate. Because ultimately, they can fill your vacant job position with somebody who will ask fewer questions and demand less money. So, why wouldn't they?
And with the incoming AI being able to take over certain sectors of the job world, I guess they would need even less people because when we're not distracted by working, we're going to start thinking, is what I imagine they are thinking.
Yeah, exactly. The more that they can keep you busy, 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 and distracted with matters of no real importance or significance, things that you can't control, that's time that you're not spending organizing. That's time that you're not spending building connections with people that can resist them. That's time that you're not spending learning things that will help you resist them. That's time that you're not spending in any productive capacity. You're frittering it away on things that they would like you to fritter it away on.
And people like blaming most of this ideology on the United States specifically, but I would say it's more widespread than just the US.
Oh, yeah. But the US is a major cultural exporter.
Oh, yes, of course.
Uh, and places that have cultures that are too at odds with the United States uh, tend to suffer pretty serious repercussions as a result of that. So people are incentivized to make their grievances, known among themselves, but keep them out of the general public periphery because they don't want to incur the wrath of the unmanned, untargeted drone strike. So,
And
yeah.
sorry. I'm trying my best to not interrupt you.
No, please interrupt. I mean,
Well,
you have a question.
you'd mentioned earlier about the farmers as well, and I'd mentioned to you earlier as well before I went live that I'd read Hayek. I think I pronounced it differently from you. In The Road to Serfdom, he spoke on the concept of absolute power corrupting absolutely. And we know that the government is who places restrictions on markets, like burning down cotton fields when there's a surplus, or forcing farmers to pour perfectly good milk when there's an overabundance. Why do they inflict policies like this? What is the economic thought process behind it, since it clearly isn't just to be like, aha, we're making things wasteful?
There are a few reasons. The first is they want to keep the price artificially high, and they need a sort of visual cue to do that so that they can say, no, we're not just arbitrarily inflating the price. Look at all of these horrible, unforeseen tragedies. Uh, so there's that. There's what I mentioned earlier about supply shocks. They're generating supply shocks. They do this so that they can monitor meticulously what it is that you consume instead of the thing that they're shocking.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically that. It's not just to be evil, though certainly being evil is a part of it. They want things to be scarce because they want you to have to work for things. If prices were low enough that you could sustain your existence for very few dollars per month, you wouldn't have to work as many hours for them, and that doesn't really generate profit.
You said being evil is a part of it, so instead of just trying to exert control, you're saying that like they're actively getting some sort of enjoyment or personal fulfillment out of being able to cause this much harm to people? I mean, I know you said people who work in finance are sociopathic, so I'm just trying to...
I don't necessarily, for one, I don't think it's just people that work in finance. I think that there are plenty of low empathy psychopaths across everywhere that would happily exploit things like this if it meant that, you know, their kid gets to go to the nicer school, wear the nicer clothing, and, you know, exist in a better world than the children that live around them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so much horrible shit in this world is done so that a man's wife can have her own personal bathroom. It's insane. Yeah. Being evil is a sort of, it's not required, but if you have no moral qualms and you view yourself as superior by innate virtue of being smarter than people, then sorry, you're evil. I think that evil is sort of a manifestation of weak-willed selfishness, and I don't think that it gets much more selfish than somebody who works a job where they make enough money to exist comfortably, and they say, I'm going to make the world a markedly worse place for people who are worse off than me, so that I can be slightly better off. That's pretty evil as far as I'm concerned.
No, that makes sense. I just wanted you to explain.
Yeah.
And so that makes sense about why they're doing it, for the scarcity of stuff that we buy. But what about raw meat? For the longest time, like, you couldn't just have someone butcher an animal and like give you that animal. There were like heavy restrictions on that. You had to go to specific places that were, you know, trained in doing that.
Yeah. If I had to speculate, because I don't know, I would imagine that it's because lawsuits happen. You know, you go and you bring your food somewhere, your carcass somewhere, and it gets butchered, and you know your child gets food poisoning, and you sue, and the state goes, "All right, we've had enough of these stupid lawsuits. Now there's a butchery license, and so if you go to an unlicensed butcher, and you play a dumb game, and you win a dumb prize, there's no remuneration for you at the end of it." Doing that, they really like the government. If it's trying to become more authoritarian, it really, really, really likes gating professions behind licensing.
Mm-hmm.
Because the more things that you can make require a license, the fewer things that people can get out of high school and be like, yeah, I'm pretty good at cutting hair. I'm going to just start my own, you know, salon out here. Nowadays, you need to go to cosmetology school and, you know, be educated and let another group of people take you for a ride. It's infuriating.
To say the least, yeah. And now that there's a push of like all of this, not just meat and other food products made out of bugs, but they're synthetically creating meat, and they've started 3D printing meat as well. So I'm a little confused as to why anyone would want us to be eating Like, bugs, I guess I could at least understand, right? They're like, okay, you're the chattel class, you can eat bugs instead of real meat. Real meat's reserved for us. Like, I can understand that. But why 3D printed, like, wholly plastic, synthetic kind of stuff? Why are they trying to push that?
Probably to study the effects that it would have on the human body, and because if they make it cheap enough, some moron will eat it.
That's true. That's true. I guess human
like,
experimentation
it's one of
takes
those
on a
things I
different
don't know.
form in current year.
Yeah,
And
I eat steak. I like steak a lot. I like
I like
steak and I
steak a
like
lot.
lamb.
yeah, I'm a huge fan of steak. And it reminds me of like all of the food shortages we had this year, where like prices of eggs got really, really crazy. And part of it was due to the whole COVID thing where people weren't able to work. But then after that, like chicken farms were catching on fire. Truckers were being prevented from like delivering their goods and whatnot. So it created a whole bunch of shortages that I don't think even really needed to be there. And it's kind of suspicious how many farms were catching on fire all at the same time.
Yeah. Stop asking questions.
And I had like a little tinfoil hat bonus. I like my tinfoil hat, okay? It's really comfortable and warm.
I've noticed.
We know that governments research and develop viruses in labs, and we also know that they like to have control over the consumer markets. On a scale of 1 to Alex Jones, how tinfoil is it to wonder if the recent avian flu that decimated the chicken farms outside of the fires and affected over 58 million chickens, leading to the crazy high egg prices, could it have been part of government-forced scarcity to sort of produce that strain of avian flu to get rid of more chickens, because more fires would have been even more suspicious?
No, they did it to get rid of those chickens because releasing something like that into the world also kills chickens of normal people who are just trying to get by.
Oh, that's true.
And that's why you do it, because you force the people that are raising their own chickens to pay for your nice, expensive inoculations to this expensive virus you created. So you get them on both ends there.
Get rid of the mass surplus from the people who ship it to grocery stores, and you have the bonus of getting rid of everyday people's chickens too. That's double evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All about efficiency up there.
That's true, unfortunately. One thing we've talked a whole bunch about on my stream, especially coming into June, and with, I'm sure you know, all of the Dylan Mulvaney nonsense with Bud Light.
Oh, God.
Could you, as someone with far more knowledge of economics than me, could you explain ESG and CEI? What do they mean, and why are they so important?
I will explain them. I will explain everything that you need to know about them very quickly, because I don't really care about learning about the minutiae of how BlackRock runs things.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they should be killed.
I mean, I agree with you, but I'm not sure if we're allowed to say that.
Why not? They're not a politician. I'm allowed to say that that faceless, indistinct corporate entity over there should be shot. I'll take 2 shots at the building, and it'll break some windows, and people will panic, and, it'll all go on.
I will
Anyways.
load my bullets with tea.
Yeah, exactly. This is all in Minecraft, by the way.
We can't
yes.
say that anymore. We gotta use Roblox now.
Damn.
They took out the Minecraft guy.
Damn. It's basically just a measure of exactly how much your corporation has rolled over and showed their stomach to Larry Fink and begged for forgiveness for building a base or a business.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. It's just a metric that they use internally to track who is willing to kowtow and who is not.
And I'm sure if you're not kowtowing, you're going to suffer greatly for not capitulating.
Yeah, pretty much. They're going to do what they can to force you to. They're not going to give you any of the financial support that they'll give the people that are willing to suck it up and tell them what they want to hear. It's, pretty classic, nonsensical, corrupt business things.
And I imagine the money that they are giving these companies is worth quite a lot, because the companies keep doing these things. Like Bud Light even came out, or sorry, Anheuser-Busch even came out And they were just like, despite how awful things have been for the last few months, like we're still going to push these narratives. We're still going to support these ideals. This is what we as a company believe in. So it's like, what kind of stranglehold do BlackRock and these other companies have on corporations' balls to get them to just eschew all normal sense and just be like, we're going to keep doubling, tripling, quadrupling down?
They have a lot of money, and they have a business plan that says, in 10 years, nobody will remember Dylan Mulvaney anyway. So they're sort of banking on the apathy and the ignorance and the indifference of the American consumer public. The general Western consumer public, I suppose. If it weren't such a safe bet, there would probably be more companies deeply concerned about, the implications of accepting dirty money from people that are using their companies as a platform to push for social justice. Because the BlackRock model is really simple. They will help you through bad financial times if you are willing to do what they tell you, and they are willing to promote the living daylights out of you if you are willing to do what they tell you. And if you will not, then they will work against you, and they have a lot of money.
Oh yeah, we found I can't remember the name of the company anymore, but I was looking up like marketing companies, and the stuff that the marketing companies are saying even are kind of crazy in my opinion.
Yes, they are. And like I said, it's all sort of being done with the general attitude of, we don't really care. You guys will forget about this. You're not clever enough as consumers and individuals to organize, fight your impulses, fight the convenience that we provide. You'll eventually end up doing what we say.
Yeah, you'll eventually come back and start buying again. We don't have to worry about it. And anyone that does try to stop buying for a long period of time, you're transphobic, you're homophobic, you're racist, whatever, get out. And like those of us on the other side sometimes say things like "go woke, go broke." Is this just a cope on our end? Because like corporations seem to not really fucking care when anybody says that, and they go full steam ahead. They keep doing the same things that cause them to lose money. But clearly, BlackRock and the other companies are making up for whatever consumerism isn't paying into them anymore.
Yes. But BlackRock can only throw good money after bad for so long. And they are concerned enough about the implications of you being able to organize and boycott that they are making it as illegal as they possibly can. I have a saying that goes, if the situation was hopeless, then the propaganda would be unnecessary.
True.
And I firmly believe that BlackRock has a lot of money, and they are able to move a lot of money between from one successful corporation to another corporation that's hemorrhaging because they're currently, pushing. But boycotts are extremely effective because everything in the modern era in terms of consumerism is marketing. And boycotters are, in effect, anti-marketers because they are people with nothing but bad things to say about your brand. To the extent, or to the fullest extent that they won't, buy into it or accept anybody or accept purchases from it. And the more anti-marketers you can produce who explain, no, this is bad, this is why this is bad, here is what you can do instead, that's how you get a boycott to actually work. It is not one of those things where you can just be like, today I will not buy Bud Light, I will buy another light beer instead. Unless you've done your homework and you know that the beer that you're buying, you're giving your money directly to somebody who actually deserves it and who hasn't sold their soul. It's a gamble. It really is. And I'm not a big gambler. I'm a big researcher. So
Same.
For me, in my life, I tried very hard to only purchase things that are made by people that I trust within reason.
Yeah.
I think that they make a lot of noise about how ineffectual and ineffective boycotting is and how they have all of this infinite money and power because
They want to
they do have a lot
you.
of systemic. Yeah, they want to demoralize you. They want to prevent you from even attempting it because they want you to think that the attempt itself would be hopeless.
Yeah.
And you're probably not going to change the world, but if you can change the minds of a half a dozen people, that is a hell of a lot better than doing nothing, except, sitting to yourself and seething about how they're progressively exerting more control. So if you explain what BlackRock is doing, which is to say they're buying enough of a stake at the table in as many companies as they can, that they can let those companies run and then just simply use their money to push for these deeply suboptimal outcomes, you can explain to most people without coming across as a deranged tinfoil enthusiast that you don't like this company because of the unethical business practices that they're perpetuating, and my life has become less convenient but much healthier as a result of excising their influence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and with
that's
with
how
that
boycott works.
With that less convenience, how do you, when they want to smear your character and sort of take you down for participating in this economical leverage, even if it's as little as one person, what do you do against that? Because you can't just ignore it if people are trying to smear you as a person.
I kind of can, though, because I mostly don't care. Unless you've managed to go to the people that actually refer work to me, I don't care. There's only so many means of attack that you can manage against somebody, and the current ruling class uses their levers of power to attack the mobility and the vitality of our civilization.
Mm-hmm.
That's the core purpose of the central bank, is that they want to exert control to attack your options, the things that you're able to do with your time here, the things that you feel empowered to do with your time here. And the more you can liberate yourself from that control, the better you'll be and the happier you'll be for it. Yeah, the things that they want and the way that they're leveraging against your desire for convenience is really the crux of it. Everything that BlackRock owns, with some exceptions, admittedly, but a lot of what they own and a lot of where their money is are things that are not good for you and things that are very convenient, sort of baked into the foundations of American life.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so,
speaking of baked into the foundations, Proctor also mentioned government funded places like the BBC taxes are paying for those companies and to push the propaganda, essentially. You can't really stop paying taxes because they will come at you if you do that.
Sure, but you can work very hard to pay as little in tax as you possibly can.
Yes.
And I hate the IRS. I tell pretty much all of my clients within the first 5 minutes of meeting them, "Hi, my name is Alex. I do financial planning for work. I got into this line of work because I hate the IRS, and I want you to pay as little money to them as you possibly can."
Yes.
And that almost always gets a laugh, which is what I'm going for because I'm usually dealing with pretty hard done by people. And if they're laughing, then, it builds a bit of trust and makes them enjoy my presence a bit more than if I was just, jumping into the salesman bit.
I think if anybody told me that they liked the IRS, I would just assume they were some sort of amalgamation of AI and machinery that was put together. Like, there's no way a human would say that. Oh my god, don't tell me you've heard that before.
I have definitely had a couple of people tell me, well, taxes are an important part of our society and everybody should pay their fair share.
Oh god.
And I just kind of look at them and I'm like, that is your opinion and you are entitled to your opinion. And I don't say that because, that's not what they pay me to say, but
that's like all the people who are like, I am socialist, here are my socialist values, and then they start making millions of dollars and they're just like, well, yeah, it's not me that's the problem, it's the people who are richer than me.
It's the billionaire. Kick it up a level, yeah.
There were a few
right.
people. There were a few people in chat who had asked like what BlackRock and those companies exactly are. They weren't sure if it was like terminology that we're using. Would you like to explain real quickly exactly what those companies are?
BlackRock and Vanguard are companies that essentially buy ownership stake in other companies, and they use complicated means of earning money called puts and calls in order to speculate on where the market is going, and then they make an enormous amount of money based upon that call or put, um, without interfacing directly with people's stocks. So as a result, they're able to just make bets about what companies are going to, have a very good week, for instance, and then they can leverage that bet into millions upon millions of dollars because they can invest millions of dollars. So they're money moving companies. That's all they do. They push money around and they cause money to make more money. Because they demonstrate sort of the power of compounding interest and the power of having a lot of money being able to attract more money. Because if you imagine a giant ball of capital swinging around on the end of a rope, it has a gravitational pull that causes additional capital to, kind of drift into it and increase its mass overall, which causes it to swing faster and more forcefully. And then you collide it with something that you don't like very much, and you pick up the pieces and add to the ball, and so forth. Yeah, vulture
It's like
capitalists.
Katamari.
That's a pretty good way of putting it. Yeah,
And
that's what they are.
Do you think that like we're hurting the corporation's bottom line if BlackRock can just pour more money into them at all? Like do any of these corporations sort of double think on should I keep doing this, or is this doubling down by the companies taking BlackRock's money going to be what keeps happening?
BlackRock has a lot of money, but they do not have enough money to patch 1,000 holes in 1,000 leaky lifeboats.
So eventually
If you get
something's going to
people-
break.
If you get people committed to the bit and seriously willing to disconnect from much of what BlackRock offers, and not eat fast food, not use Uber, like mind what you buy at the store, go to the store less, go to farmers markets and local produce shops more. Every action you take like that not only makes your life better, I guarantee you it'll make your life better. You can take that to the bank.
Oh yeah.
It also makes their bottom line worse. You are no longer enriching them by transacting your average everyday business. Like I said, it's really a business model that relies upon buying up things that you find convenient to use so that you don't mind paying into a system that hates you and wants you to not reproduce.
And that was like a big reason I wanted to move back to where my home is as well. Like everything up where I lived in New England was a huge buy local force, like buy from local butcheries, buy from local farms, support the local food producers. Like I would always go to like the apple orchards or the strawberry fields. We had local places that made turkey pot pies. You got to pick out your turkey that you wanted murder-rated. You were very involved in the process. So like I liked that. I liked being able to buy everything I needed from local places. Like the nearest Walmart was like an hour away from where I lived, And so being able to even go to like a restaurant nearby, like if I didn't want to cook my own food, all the restaurants nearby also locally owned. I didn't have any chain restaurants within like walking distance of me. So any restaurant I went to, I knew I was putting capital back into my local market essentially. Whereas down where I live now, everything is a chain. Anything local, quote unquote, is just owned by somebody who owns another chain, and it's all horrible quality. Like as a streamer, I am very thin on personal time, so I found myself ordering food a lot more frequently usually than I normally would have. And my last like handful of orders, I sort of had an existential crisis of like, oh god, DoorDash is gonna lock my account because I keep having to file issues on orders because it comes to me and it's wrong. It's the wrong thing. I've gotten moldy pizzas. Like the quality of everything is just awful.
Yeah, because they're not really incentivized to care. Whereas a local business, that's their reputation. Their reputation is put in the box and brought to you every single time that they would like to make a sale. And I cannot support local businesses enough. I really can't. And I can't shill hard enough to you
that if you don't like what you see in the world and you want to make a personal change that may or may not affect much, cut them out. Start looking into who has or who BlackRock has a stake in and remove them from your life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've already I stopped buying things, and I've mentioned it before on my stream. Like, once a company starts publicly espousing things on a grand scale, and I can't ignore them. Right, like Ben and Jerry's was an ice cream that I very much enjoyed, but they started entering the political foray, and it's like I know they're not going to miss like my $5.50 for their pint of ice cream, but it makes me feel better to not buy it. So even if I'm not making like a actual dent in their company, it's still something that I personally can do to sort of stick to what I believe in.
Yeah. You realistically, you can't think about it in terms of, well, my contribution is nothing, because it's not. Every single person that won't buy Ben and Jerry's and will talk about why they won't buy Ben and Jerry's is a thorn in their side. Their marketing department weeps thinking about the number of people that are like that, because it is in fact money out of their pocket. Every time that their socialist owners speak up and tell everybody that you should just own nothing and get in the pot already, the marketing department cries. Like, they crack open another bottle of whiskey, because it's like, you guys are just making our job like 50 times harder.
Yeah.
And you're doing it for free. People...
Well, I always preface it with, like, I'm just one person, because maybe me being one person can influence, 10 other people to stop buying Ben and Jerry's as well. But exactly. I always preface it with, like, I'm just one person, because there's always those people that are just like, oh, look at this person. They're so narcissistic to think that their contribution to company matters.
Fuck them.
Fuck them.
Sounds like they have absolutely nothing of value to contribute to the conversation anyway.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I don't buy into that. I think that if you feel passionately enough about something to say something, then you should say it. And if you can't defend it articulately enough, then you should learn more about it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not the most articulate, but I try my best.
Well, that's just it. You try, and that right there beats out a lot of people who are just like, oh, well, I'm one person, and I could never, because I will never manage to destroy an entire multinational corporation by myself. Wah!
Get your friends on board.
Yeah, exactly. Like, make it a thing. Explain why you believe this, and figure out how to convince people that rationally. Leave flyers at the grocery store. I'm sure they'll appreciate the hell out of it,
And that's sort of like, people usually come to VTubers to escape depressing reality, but it's like, there's a lot of things that I care about that are affecting media that I consume, that are affecting hobbies that I partake in, and as much as people want to escape it, it's like, I'm gonna talk about it because I care about it, and it's frustrating that I have to, but it's like, I feel like I spent long enough being a coward and not speaking on things publicly that could, get me in trouble with the powers that be on the platforms I'm allowed to be on. But it's gone too far. I'm fed up, and it's like, it's something that should be talked about, and I don't want people to remain ignorant. So it's like, if that's not something you want in your media that you can consume, something I'm gonna keep talking about until something's finally fucking done about it.
Yep. And you do have a remarkably robust platform for it, because I've been watching the chat. There are some decently smart people here. There are some special cases that are perhaps not so bright, but there have been some people who have contributed some pretty consistently high quality thought, and as such, better late than never in terms of espousing your beliefs and picking your hill and setting to dying. So,
yeah. There's a lot of people who enjoy listening to me tangent about Clown World stuff, but it's like, don't forget, I do like video games, chat. I want to be Tim Pool's vision of the large black man using an anime woman model going hee hee ha ha. I want to do that too.
Yeah, I don't.
You don't want to play video games, sir?
I like some video games, but the ones that I like a lot don't really don't want me around as such. So
Oh no, I'm sorry. Are you like a Magic the Gathering kind of fan?
no, thank goodness. I'm more of a Dungeons and Dragons role-playing type guy.
Oh
And
god.
it turns out that when you're smarter than role players, they really, 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 really don't want you around. Like they really would just rather you didn't. Doesn't matter what you want to do. If you make them feel inferior in their escapist fantasy world, they are going to show you the door.
Do you have an example of like one of these uppity people?
Uh, all right, let's see in the chat. Does anybody here play Neverwinter Nights aside from Proctor, who doesn't count?
We had a discussion about Neverwinter the other day, and I was like, I thought that was a fucking World of Warcraft expansion. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, basically every single server on Neverwinter Nights has some story or another about the horrors that I have wrought there.
Oh my
I
god.
I'm a little proud of it at this point. So,
Are you gonna tell us the story of your horrors?
um, it doesn't really seem particularly pertinent to an economics forum, now
It
does it?
doesn't, but I mean, it could be a funny story, so I'm kind of interested.
Uh, it's to me, honestly, a lot of them just come down to like I was a bit more insufferable in my like late teens, early 20s, as
We all
most
were.
people are.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just I trolled them epic style. Like I'm pretty good at the video game, which is why I enjoyed playing it for so long. And I sort of made friends with other people who were competent and we stomped the yard. And hey, I want it to be known that I am not a chaotic evil deity. I am lawful evil at absolute worst. And I I never really thought too much about the antics that I was getting up to because we'd go into a place where they had like one or two really prevalent dominant cliques, and we would just pick a silly thing to get into a fight with them over once we were sufficiently powerful. And then they lose the fight pretty badly, and they just get angry and go immediately to the mods. And
Imagine.
what else is there, you know? The mods are going to take the side of the established turbo nerds over the new turbo nerds, and the new ones basically get told to please go away because you're upsetting the established like weirdo ecosystem here.
You
And
can't go anywhere without upsetting the established ecosystem, either in game or in real life, apparently.
yeah, pretty much. It's sort of my thing. I think that's why I enjoyed role playing for as long as I did, is because it was a sort of like I can actually affect this tiny chunk of, you know, some idiot's virtual fief through my actions, and there's you can't really affect change in the world on a large scale in most video games. And without a sense of progression more significant than watching my experience bar go up, I find it hard to sit and engage with a game for too terribly long. So
Yeah, that's understandable. I was playing. I'll tangent a little bit longer on the video game topic. I was playing
Please do.
a game recently called Call of Dragons. It's like, you know, it's a shitty little mobile game kind of thing. I was initially paid to play it, so I was like, all right, let's see what this is. I and my community had so much fucking fun playing this game. It's like a real-time Civ strategy kind of game, where you take over territories and you fight other guilds. And a lot of the other guilds on our server were segregated by nationality. So there's like a Russian guild, an Indonesian guild, Malaysian guild, French guild, etc. And
Nice.
since I was a streamer community, we were just, you know, diversity is our strength.
I'm sure they loved that with the Fox Girl avatar.
Yeah, right. When we first joined, one of the Indonesian guilds was just like, "We want to squash the anime people like bugs. Will you help us do it?" So
Oh man.
we just like holed up in our own little corner, and we pretended to be weak. We were just like, "Look, dude, we don't want to fight. We're just gonna hang out in our corner here. Everything's gonna be fine." Little did the guilds in our area know that a community member of mine had reached out to the resident whale on the server. So the guy that spends like thousands of dollars to be Big Daddy Morebucks with his giant penis on the table. And
Nice.
he was like, well, if you guys can survive a week when this gate opens and we come into your territory, we can help you eradicate everyone around you. And we were like, okay, sounds fucking cool. So we just pretended to be weak for a little while longer. We did a couple of shows of force when some of the larger guilds tried to fuck with us. And then when that gate opened, we did the most brain damage strategy that no one ever expected. There are things in the game called core fortresses that are basically how your territory is attached to like all of the tiles that you claim. And the core fortress is what you need to take down to basically disable all of a guild's territory. We placed down like a small alliance fortress thing to keep our territory highlighted so we could keep getting resources from it. Deleted our core fortress and then para-dropped it next to a core fortress of the largest Russian guild in our sector. And then beat the fuck out of the Russians and eradicated them from the game. It was like the most fun I have had in a game in fucking years.
All right, I'm gonna just read what our good buddy Proctor said because I think it does a pretty good job of summarizing. Neverwinter Nights allows text roleplay as the basic medium. Now imagine a fat nerd who has roleplayed as a lesbian drow priestess for 15 years, facing down a group that uses voice chat to coordinate, and the only way that he can compete is to coordinate his own voice chat. And he thinks that he's somehow elite or illumined or above us as a result. And he is utterly unwilling to face the reality that, no, really, there are just some nerds that are better at the video game than he is. And unlike the Indonesian people that wanted to squish you like bugs, like in games like that, I feel like there is sort of an absolutist, like you must sort of compete with the other groups because otherwise, what the hell are you doing with your time? Yeah, it's God. I just got messaged by somebody who I forgot was watching, who knows enough about Neverwinter Nights to have an opinion.
Oh no.
Memories.
Well,
if you can't roleplay your defeat, then you are a bad roleplayer. True.
Imagine not wanting to roleplay your defeat on occasion as well. Like, you can't win all the time.
Yeah, right? Like, my last run through the big popular Neverwinter Nights server, they just, like, permanently banned my character the moment that I made a name for myself. And, like, fair play. I am permanently banned forever and ever, amen, from that server. But, like, I was really looking forward to the time that somebody got one over on her and she just fucking died, because nobody on that server just dies. And by the point that I was banned, I was already pretty, like, overplaying the character. So I was prepared for it, and I was accepting of it, and they're just like, nope, you get a really unsatisfying ending instead. Just struck dead by mod lightning.
Man, yeah, that is very unsatisfying. Unlucky.
I don't know.
To move.
It was damn fun, though.
Yeah, I fucking love doing that shit on servers. I'm a PvP player through and through, and I've been very disappointed with the state of PvP in recent years because they keep trying to coddle people. And it reminds me of, like, back in even 2012 when there were PvE and PvP servers for a game called TERA. I don't know if you know what that is.
I know of it.
Hell yeah.
Never played it.
But like there'd be people who would go to the forums and be like, there needs to be more restrictions on PvP because I'm a PvE player and I wanted to roll on the PvP server to play with my friends. And it's like, well, fuck you. Adapt to the culture. Get the fuck out. But unfortunately,
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but unfortunately, companies capitulate to these people, and it's just crazy to me.
Well, it's because these people spend money, and there's usually a fair few more of them than there are of the, like, hardened, dead-eyed, sad-brained PvP players that, like, learn the game and optimize on the margins so that they can completely crush you with 0.2% more efficiency.
Oh,
and, like,
God.
I say that like I'm disparaging, and, like, I haven't spent literally thousands of hours of my existence optimizing to do the exact same thing. But so I do get it. I just, oh man, PvP just provokes such fury in people because
it does, and it feels.
You come
good.
into their sandcastle and you just kick over something that they care about, and then you go mad. Just get better.
I'm going to take a shit on their sandcastle.
Yeah, exactly. And so I find myself looking at some of these settings where people have been role playing for a great long while, unwilling to take a loss, and I'm just like, you have fun there. I don't know how, but you do it.
It's crazy to me that people don't know how to lose, I guess. Like, even in real life, people don't know how to admit they're wrong or take any kind of loss. And even in relationships, it's gotten to the point where, like, you don't leave your ego by the side. You never apologize. It's always a fight and you have to win.
Yeah. I have to tell you that one of the things that really kind of, like, I was really grateful to be autistic for was everybody when I was starting this career was like, you're going to get told no all the time. And I'm just like,
I don't
care. What are they going to do? Like, tell me that I can never work in the industry again? Like, they have no leverage. They're going to say no. I'm not going to be interesting to everybody. There are some people who listened to me talk here for 5-10 minutes and went, this guy sounds insufferable, and then they turned the stream off, and I'm cool with that. Like, their loss.
Yeah, it's just like, it's the same with, I have edgy humor. You know, aside from clown world stuff, I'll make some edgy jokes. That's like, if my humor's not for you, that's okay. You could just turn off my stream. Like, that's okay. That's fine. It's not for everyone.
I've been told I have a dry sense of humor.
I saw a few people at the beginning of the stream say that your voice matches up with the image I got for you very well.
There is no doubt about that, because for I want to say like 5 years prior to me choosing the Discord avatar that culminated in this particular profile or this particular VTuber image, it was Tommy Lee Jones looking over the newspaper, and that one fit pretty well when I was like annoyed or perturbed or whatever have you. But as time grew on and I just like became progressively more chill, I wanted something that was more subtle about it, I guess.
Yeah. It's understandable. All right, to bring us back from tangent land.
Good luck. We'll be gone for the next vacation within 5-10 minutes.
Oh my god. So with all the BlackRock stuff, it seems like consumers aren't the ones being advertised to anymore from companies, and instead companies are sort of trying to advertise to the giant funding companies. Does that make us, basically, another product at this point? The money lost in the short term from boycotts will be made up by the new consumer base that they're trying to signal to by parroting stuff that appeases the large funding companies like BlackRock.
So they're trying to do several things at once. They're trying to capture a new market share through the diversity TM model. They're trying to appease and placate the people that, you know, are pushing the diversity TM model. And they're trying to sell a narrative and an image of the world. And I think that one is very important, and it explains sort of why BlackRock is going through this trouble and setting all of this crap up in the first place. They want to be able to create a world in which most people are what's the word? Controlled, certainly, but there's a better one. I don't really know. I'm getting
I would help you, but I'm not sure what word you're looking for. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, they're trying to signal mostly to the diversity people into BlackRock. That's the big two, and there was a supplemental point, but yeah, I forgot. I was looking for something a bit more charitable than idiots. But,
Just like, I guess, unaware?
Complacent. That's a good one.
Complacent's a good one. And yeah. I guess they're trying to, by signaling to a new consumer base, like, creating a generation of people who will grow up seeing what they're doing as the new normal.
Yeah, I think that if I had to describe what they want a community of people that are interdependent. They want people who rely on one another unquestioningly and who could not survive on their own, and who rely upon the services that BlackRock produces as completely and utterly normal. They don't think even twice about going to a fast food restaurant and ordering a burger and fries.
Oh my god. I feel like that's already become pretty normalized, considering, like, again, when I complain about the orders that I place for food delivery and whatnot, people just automatically assume I have no idea how to cook. It's gotten to the point where we're just like, nobody knows how to cook, so if you're ordering food, you must not know how to cook.
It's true.
That's crazy to me.
And if you don't know how to cook, then you are one of BlackRock's core demographics. There's almost no other way to put it.
I am so thankful that my grandparents taught me how to cook, and I had to cook in order to survive, because my mom was not a great person.
Yep.
Do you think that boycotts are an effective way to send a message? I know you were saying that, like, you have the heavy interest on buying local, but is there anything else we can do besides boycotting, or is it to try to spread the boycott as much as possible and have people informed about what exactly umbrellas a tiny brand?
I think that information is really key. The last, if you want to be dramatic about it, you could say something to the effect of World War III is an information war in which there is no difference between military and civilian participation. It's a war primarily fought on economic grounds about economic issues. And I do believe that. And I believe that if you're serious about, fighting these people, then you should never shut up about them. You should force everybody in your immediate proximity to listen to you talk about them at great lengths until they either agree with you to acquiesce and shut up, or they, defend their lifestyle of indolence, stupidity, and laziness, and get informed of exactly why that is so very wrong. And I really do think that if people were less busy, perpetually busy, then there would be more people willing and able to find time to cook. But because everybody's kept on the treadmill for so long, I'm going to tie this into the question that you asked a bit about work from home. A large part of the reason why companies hate work from home is because if you are driving to the office every single day and you're passing the same few fast food restaurants every single day, you're going to patronize them. You're going to fail the will save when you're driving by one of them eventually.
Yeah.
And they know that. And they want that temptation to just be, there in the back of your mind, like, man, I'm feeling really lazy today. I don't want to go home and sweat over a stove. I just want to, go eat some delicious, highly processed food, TM. And as such, I think that getting people to recognize where they're being had and how they can fix that without overly messing up their life, that's how you can really hurt them. And yes, it is a more advanced form of boycott. But, if the manager class views you as a consumer, the best thing that you can do despite them is not consume.
Exactly. And that
Is it even food at this point?
That's true. It reminds me, like, when you saying information warfare and how, like, informing and not shutting the fuck up about it is the best thing you can do. It reminds me of the people who are like I guess as an example, right? People will be like, "Oh, the right wing won't stop talking about like fear mongering with transgenderism. They are living rent free in the far right's head." But it's just like, if we're inundated with tons of information from the other side constantly, trying to get us to, like, stop
I don't think
talking.
I don't like the phrasing rent free in somebody's head, because BlackRock is not living rent free in your head. BlackRock kicked down the fucking door.
Yeah.
And they sat on your couch and said, "I live here now."
Oh yeah, of
The
course.
trans
But I'm saying
people
that's what they
did the
say.
same thing. Yeah, I know. And to them, I say the exact same thing, which is nobody lives rent free in my head. The people that ended up in my head ended up there for damn good reason, and I'm going to tell you why, whether you like it or not.
And I don't like that they're living there.
Pretty much, yeah. I don't really like that I have to think about this. I realize that I'm an economist, and I sort of like, that's the job, idiot. But at the same time, it's really annoying that, like, people who are not economists find themselves stuck in a position where they're thinking about, I don't know if I can do this because I don't know what the interest rate's going to do, and I don't know how it's going to affect my bottom line in 2-3 years.
Yeah.
It's, how can we fight misinformation? People who are fighting this. Nothing more than a conspiracy theory. You can't talk to people that unironically use the term conspiracy theory. That's the sad reality of it. If they're still so entrenched that they think that BlackRock owning, an ownership stake in every single fast food restaurant you care to name is a conspiracy theory, they are unfortunately not worth the time it would take to re-educate them.
Yeah, they're the exact people that like Bezmenov was talking about, where it's like you can show them substantial facts, you can show them empirical data and reality in front of their face, and they will still choose not to believe it. There's nothing you can do for that kind of person any further, and talking to them is a waste of time and effort. And
because they don't want to believe it.
Yeah.
At the last analysis, they simply don't.
I'm just like, how do you even deprogram someone like that?
Mm-hmm. Like I said, with time, effort, and energy. It might sound a bit sexist, but I think it's easier to do if they're a woman, because women, a lot of the time, not all of them, but most of them tend to reflect the strongest male influence in their life.
Oh, chat hates it when I say that.
Well, they can cope and seethe, because I'm right.
It's like, I've always said that, like, men are the architects of civilization, and, like, it takes strong women to support those men, but, like, there's a reason there aren't more female leaders in history.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. And it's because, on the whole, the brain chemistry is just wired differently. Women are at their best when they're able to mind a small subset of things very intently and very carefully. And I don't think that attitude and mindset does well when exposed to the extreme expanse of information that's required to, have an informed opinion about a lot of this shit.
Yeah.
It's those are the things that I actually just, like, am not allowed to talk about ever under any circumstances, because it's so ingrained in our civilization that the notion that you would even question it is abhorrent. Yeah, one family, one vote used to be the standard, and as a result, it was a lot harder to manipulate and subvert the middle class, because the middle class operated around strong male family patriarchs.
Oh, chat's got you in a conundrum. You're talking about it right now, so it must not be that bad.
True. I'm talking about it on a forum where I don't have my full name displayed. True.
Men accomplish goals, women maintain systems. Yeah, women are very good at maintaining systems and supporting those who, like, have put the building blocks down.
Yep. And people aren't willing to accept that because they're not willing to accept that there are objective differences between men and women, much less what those differences are. It's one of those conversations that society simply isn't ready for yet.
Which is crazy, because it feels like a conversation we've been having for fucking 100 years, if not more. And yet, like, everybody just eventually gets somewhere down in the conversation, and then they're just like, well, we can't talk about this anymore, so we're just going to agree to disagree.
Yep. I love that phrase. To me, it's just like, it's them waving a proverbial white flag. It's them saying, I am sick of discussing this with you because reasons. Goodbye.
I've had to use the agree to disagree phrase on occasion, because it's like when I realize I'm talking to someone that's unable to, again, like, understand the facts put in front of them, understand the sources I'm giving them, and they keep trying to argue on, like, an anecdotal, personal level perspective, it's like, I can't have this conversation with you, so I'd rather agree to disagree than continue bashing my head against a brick wall until my brain leaks out.
Yes. With almost all of those people, I just yes them until they shut up. Because once I've determined that there's absolutely no use in trying to, like, educate them, it's just like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's pretty true. Yep. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's whatever, dude.
I just engage the, like, video game continued dialogue subscript in my brain, and I just let it run until they stop producing noise, and then I go on to find somebody more interesting to talk to.
It's hard to find super interesting people nowadays, and I love it when I do find them. Oh, man. Someone asked you about extreme MG Tau angle of taking women's rights away.
That is a can of worms. And I think that if instead of doing that, we simply addressed some of the systemic issues facing education, then it wouldn't matter. It would come out in the wash because it would be one of the many problems that gets solved by a serious look at what our education is teaching and how they're teaching it. For the
Yeah.
record, I think that men and women should probably not be educated in the same facilities at the same time. I think that it just complicates the hell out of things.
Probably. I've talked about before, and kind of going back to what you said, or what we said both earlier, talking about splitting among the classes and the sexes and whatnot to just keep people angry at each other all the time.
Yep.
I feel the people who are in like MG Tau and whatnot are basically just the male version of feminists, right? They're feeding into the system that wants them to fight instead of get along.
Yeah. They're also, generally speaking, those people, same thing with feminists in large measure, they're just bitterly aggrieved. Somebody of the opposite gender did something to them at some point. It's like how Socrates said that men with happy wives never become philosophers.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly that, actually.
Oh man. And do you think like is there anything besides just not shutting the fuck up about it that we can do to sort of, I guess, turn back the tide on these social policies that corporations seem hell-bent on pushing?
Organize. Find other people who are disgusted by them and make your voices known. Together you are weak, or together you are very strong, and individually you are somewhat weak.
And they don't want us to
So,
be collective. And so the more that we can collectivize, not in the communistic sense, the better that we would be against pushing these things out of the way.
yeah, I'm very fond of using old sort of socialist, communist type slogans for this
Mm-hmm.
because I just think that that's funny. It just appeals to my sense of humor.
Yeah.
So I'm very fond of telling people don't mourn, organize, and yeah, that's the word I would use because it doesn't have quite so many socialistic implications. And if you are outraged by this, and it isn't difficult to be, then finding other people who are in that same boat as you, and then leveraging the increased force that having more people together on the issue brings you, it it creates a feedback loop. And the more people who are doing that, the harder it is for the infinite money press and the extremely sophisticated marketing propaganda machine to continue functioning against the best interests of the people who are revolting against it. Yeah, become a bundle of sticks, chat.
Yeah, let's just all be bundles of sticks to stick together strong.
Yeah, you guys be the sticks, and I'll be the axe head. All right?
Oh my god. On the you brought up the work from home thing as well, and I'm kind of wondering, like, I understand what you said about why they're stunting work from home, but why are they saying that working from home stunts creativity and innovation? Like, if they're trying to make people believe that work from home is bad, that feels like the last line of logic that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because it's, like I said, it's not really intended to make sense. They're lying to you.
But why aren't they lying
They
better?
because they want to distract you from the truth as best they can. They don't want you to come even close to grasping any of the real significant reasons why. Because if you did, then that would be very dangerous to the system that they've worked to create. Uh, they're dead set on work from home being bad because a lot of those corporations are run by people who worship the corporation and they want to see their wages in the KG. Because if they don't, then they can't sit on the top floor and look down at all of the wages and preen about how great they are.
That's
Uh,
true.
the corporate, people who kind of run things tend to be long in stuff like commercial real estate, oil stocks, fast food, things that would require the primary breadwinner be constantly driving around back and forth to work. Um, it's hard to self motivate for a lot of people, and I guarantee you that for some jobs you would see a significant decrease in productivity if you allowed everybody to work from home. But that's not really an excuse. I also think it's because you can't really bullshit remote work. if you don't get anything done all day in the office, it's pretty easy to just be like, yeah, but I went and talked to these people and I sat in these 4 committees and did these 6 meetings. You know, there's a lot more to it than if you are trying to BS your way through a day of sitting and scrolling through whatever social media you like. A lot of business management that I've been exposed to has taught me that you really can't manage people remotely, which is laughable. It's also the fact that they want people to have to drive to work so that nobody's home to take care of the children, so that the children need to go to a designated public daycare for children. And I think the most pressing reason, but also the one that's sort of the highest of brow, is that you run the risk of people realizing that they can majorly redefine the way that they sell their labor, leveraging the power of the information age. And they really don't want people doing that, man. They do not want the proles realizing exactly how much bargaining power they have as the labor force in this exact moment. So, yeah, there are a lot of reasons, and one of the business minds that I respect from this era is a guy called Charlie Munger. He's the second in command of Berkshire, and he once coined the term Lollapalooza effect to refer to when several different sort of models or effects are all working together toward one specific goal, which in this case is to crush work from home before it crushes the conventional office workspace. And then we don't need all of those gigantic monolithic skyscrapers. So, yeah.
That'd be nice to not have large buildings literally everywhere.
And for nothing, too. That's the real bit that sends me about it, is just I think about how many of the decently complicated work-type professions I've met where the people who do the work are just chilling in their house, not really up to much, just like going through the daily motions for their job and then getting on with their life. It's the work from home versus work in the office thing is really, I think, the most like clear-cut generational gap between the people with the capital, which are the boomers and old Xers, and the new generation of laborers, most of whom are extremely informed by technology and aren't really interested in, embracing the old methods. So they would much rather the working in the office continue.
They gotta exert their power somewhere, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
And moving a little bit from the work from home thing, what is your take on the people who genuinely think that the government gives them free stuff?
The government does genuinely give some people free stuff. It absolutely takes from the worker to give to the bum. And by doing so, it says to the bum, you owe me. Vote for the people who will continue to give you stuff, or else. And the people who get free shit are basically just like, I can take a hint. I know where my bread is buttered. And so the years pass.
So they're just kind of hoping that the amount of bums never exceeds the amount of people paying into the system?
Or that the people paying into the system don't get sick of paying into the system, and they're just willing to continue paying their taxes, because that's what they were told they have to do.
And what if you're sick of paying into the system? What exactly are you supposed to do without having the IRS come to your house and shoot your dog?
If I were you, I would do what I did. I would incorporate for myself, I would pay myself a salary, and I would expense as many things as I possibly could in order to not pay the IRS, and instead redistribute that money to any business I deem worthy of having some facet of, my business. So if I buy a desk, you better believe that that desk is coming directly out of my income tax, because it's the desk that I'm going to be sitting at and working.
Hey, I've already been doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, tax evasion is in fact a duty. I believe that with all of my heart.
I agree.
I think that the income tax was one of those things that it was a lie that the American people were sold, and they probably have some buyer's regrets. So,
The only time I
yeah.
remember in my lifetime people revolting against any kind of taxes in a meaningful way was New Hampshire doesn't have sales tax, but Massachusetts does. And I lived close enough to the New Hampshire border when I was in Massachusetts that we would do most of our shopping in New Hampshire, because why buy things in Massachusetts and pay sales tax when you can get them for cheaper like 10 minutes away, right?
Sure.
The Massachusetts government tried instituting something where if you went to New Hampshire and you had a Massachusetts zip code, retailers in New Hampshire were supposed to ask for your zip code, and then you would pay Massachusetts sales tax on all purchases made in New Hampshire. Obviously, people did not like this, and that got repealed within a year, I wanted to say. It wasn't around for very long.
Yeah, that's because people are great at dealing with new impositions and terrible about addressing the old elephants in the room. It's like property tax. Go ask somebody who you pay property tax to at your local county municipality. By what right do you derive the authority to collect this tax?
Mm-hmm.
Let me know what they say.
I feel like they would just, like, call you a fucking sovereign citizen at that point. And they would just be like, fuck you, get out.
Well, I've tried a number of times, and
Oh, you're now shilling anime foxwoman to your friends?
well, no, I'm presenting economics TM to my friends.
Are they also anime haters?
No, not really.
Oh, that's good.
He's anime neutral.
That's good. We're back, chat. IRS did not, in fact, shoot the foxwoman. Sorry about the technological issue. There's a thunderstorm going on again because, of course, there is. Zeus hates me. But it wasn't bad enough that I thought like anything would get affected. So I mean, at least we got 3 hours without a cut. Help. All right. So we were talking about dumb free shit from the government. Do you think, what is your opinion of like Social Security?
Social Security was a great idea that absolutely did not keep pace with the times at all.
I
And it
could
wasn't
agree with
really a
that.
great idea. It was more of a, I see what he was trying to do. I will give him the benefit of the doubt on this one. It is a racket, it is a pyramid scheme, it's all of those things, but it was made in an era where the average person got to 65, lived for 5 to 10 more years, and then died. And I don't think that they ever could have predicted that there would be people regularly living 20, 30 years after they retired. I don't think that they did definitely predict that the ensuing generations would be smaller, slightly, but I don't think that they anticipated this degree of drop off this fast.
Mm-hmm.
The don't have children, don't reproduce, be selfish, and live a life of indolence and pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they were a little surprised at exactly how well that took off. So,
Yeah, and I've talked about before how even when I was younger, it was shilled pretty hard that like, oh, as a woman, you want to be strong and independent. You don't want to be beholden to a man. You want to have a career. You want to have your own income. Having children is restrictive. You want to have a fun time in life, don't you? If you have kids, you can't do anything you want to do. You have responsibilities. Responsibilities hate.
yeah. Why would you want to have responsibilities when you could just like pretend to be a teenager every weekend for your entire life?
Yeah. And I think that is about all of the questions I specifically had. I don't know if you had more that you had written that you want to talk on before we like look over some audience questions?
I will field a couple of audience questions, but it's getting toward dinner time for me, so I'm probably gonna bow out within the next little while here.
Yeah, you've spent a lot of time here. I definitely appreciate you. Thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed your time here too.
It was a lot of fun, yes. I have enjoyed my time.
Oh,
What's for dinner? I'm having a steak, obviously.
I'm like Daryl Davis. I'm turning you away from hating anime.
I mean, sure, yeah, that's true.
I guess a one that I've seen repeated a few times was, what are your opinions on like NFTs and Bitcoin and other crypto trends?
I think that on the whole, they are not stable platforms for long-term wealth storage. I think that they're a sort of marker of exactly how insecure the average person feels regarding the state of fiat currency. Um, I'm not a fan. I don't own any. I actually, that's not true. I own a small amount of Ethereum, Bitcoin, and XTC, but I don't invest anything. I don't take stock in them. Your mileage may vary if you have a lot of time on your hands to like watch crypto obsessively so that when it spikes you can sell. That's a valid means of making an income, but it's not really how I would recommend learning finance. So, yeah.
Did you have like any advice for average people on how to handle their personal finances? I think you'd mentioned that earlier on.
I did, yeah. For one, I think that if you are a quote unquote average person, you should take a long, hard look at your quote unquote average job and decide whether the juice is worth the squeeze. You should look at your quote unquote average skills and determine if there is some area of comparative advantage that you could be making your own destiny in this world by by using your strengths and doing what you're capable of and passionate about. Because if you don't work toward your own dream, you will work toward building somebody else's. And for some people, that's just fine. But for a lot of people, I think that they would achieve more uh, self actualization from the process of struggling to build their own thing as opposed to toiling within somebody else's. Um, how does one transition from waging into working for yourself? You find what you want to do, you find your market within the niche that you've selected for yourself. And I hope for your sake that your niche is people with a lot of money because that's the best and most lucrative. I'm serious. You could either take
Yeah,
50
no, I get
poor
it. It's just funny to
clients, or
hear.
you could take like one or two really rich clients. And if you solve problems for rich people, then soon enough you will find yourself invited to join them. Um, and I think that so much of the problem is in your own head a lot of the time that if you know that you would do well at something if you put your mind to it, got over your fear of rejection, and were able to actually like put your full force and effort into it, there are a lot of people in that category who never have the sort of temerity to overcome the bind that public school put you in, where you just believed unquestioningly that you had to work for somebody else. So, yeah. Uh,
How do you calculate economic risk, and what tools would you use to do so?
I calculate economic risk according to opportunity cost, which is to say, I calculate the cost of what you are giving up in order to pursue a given opportunity. The tools vary depending upon what sort of risk you're measuring, because I don't think that there is an economic risk. I think that there are risks that you can apply economic principles to, but I think that uh, most people's conception of economics is very myopic. It's confined to money. And I think that that isn't really the core good that economics purports to represent. economics is the study of energy and time, and how human energy is, or how human time is leveraged into productive energy. And the sooner that you understand that economics is most comprehensible in your life by measuring how you spend your time and not how you spend your dollars are finance. Only then can you start to examine things from an economic perspective. Because it's just looking at trade-offs. It's looking at what you're giving up in order to gain whatever it is that you're gaining. And I think that for most people, those calculations are pretty intuitive.
I would hope so for most people. I know I'm very risk adverse, and so I find a lot of things really difficult, especially being my own boss. I have a little bit of help with like my moderators and whatnot, but it's like
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of things that I don't know about, and it's very easy to take advantage of my and others' lack of knowledge in this field, I guess you could say.
Yes. Yes, it is. Because my industry has a lot of shitheads and a lot of charlatans. Because if you conceive of things in terms of an information war, then a good financial advisor is analogous to having a really useful soldier on the field for you somewhere. And you don't know what you don't know, right? So you don't know what a good financial advisor is versus a bad one unless you've spoken to quite a few of them. And most people simply don't have the wherewithal to make that kind of decision.
I've told the story a few times, but like when I was trying to file my taxes for the fiscal year of 2021, I actually got taken advantage of because apparently the tax office that I went to file my taxes, they work on commission. So even though I didn't have to file that year, they still filed anyways, and the IRS was just like, "Why are you filing? Where's the rest of your money you didn't tell us about?"
Yeah. Yeah. Financial advisors are more than a soldier. That's true, but the analogy breaks down. So,
Someone in chat asked a good question as well. As someone with a lot of medical issues that are expensive, how do I handle working for myself without insurance benefits?
I would probably. It depends heavily on what industry you're trying to work for yourself in. But in a lot of places, it's difficult to just like wake up one day and decide, I am going to do X. So a lot of the time I find myself telling people who want to someday, run their own hair salon, for instance, look around, find somewhere that you could see yourself working for long enough that you can establish mastery over whatever discipline you're attempting, and where you can, you know, carve out a name for yourself, put together a clientele, put together a sort of repository of the styles that you're adept at, etc. Use their benefits. And then once you have gained the necessary skills from them, start doing your own thing. Do it gradually at first. Don't cut yourself away all at once, but slowly ease yourself out of it and into your own thing. And if you follow this sort of thing, this sort of model, you will have benefits until you've established yourself, and then you can pay for your own benefits. Every small business owner I've ever known appeared to be one day away from a stress-related heart attack. It's not for everybody. I personally am very glad that I don't have subordinates because it would make my business a lot harder. And someday I'm going to have no choice, right? Like, I'm going to have to teach somebody how to do what I do in order to replicate myself. But some small businesses are way easier than others. I think that if you are a goods-based small business and your goods are not either like specialty luxury goods or consumption goods like food and you're a local farmer or some such, you're setting yourself up to compete with some people who have very large market advantages. Um, what if you are just a cog? I'm a super unmotivated person. I work not to be homeless. What should I do? You should work in insurance.
That's true.
World-class benefits, excellent work-life balance.
You're
The
basically just a
average age.
drone.
Well, yeah, kinda. You're
Like,
a drone that has an
until
awful lot of critical thinking
yeah.
capabilities.
I mean, until you work your way up into like doing adjuster stuff, you're pretty coggy, right? Like you follow a script, you input X words into script, and then you're done.
Yeah. Um, but if you do want to just be a cog, an insurance company is a pretty great place to do that because you can force your way up the hierarchy by just switching jobs. Hey, look, somebody did it. Somebody
Some
made the connection. If I were a moderator, I would delete their comment.
That's okay. We can ignore that comment. Your shirt is blue. It's okay. What is the best investment advice you can give without running afoul of liability concerns?
I gave it earlier. It's called Indexed Universal Life Insurance. If you have more money than month at the end of the month, the best account that you can put it into is one that is better than the banks in terms of interest rate and safer than Wall Street in terms of risk. Insurance companies tend to bridge that gap pretty well because of all of the soulless giant corporations, places like New York Life, Prudential, Mass Mutual, some of the other really big firms that sell almost nothing but life insurance, they have a suicide pact with the Federal Reserve Note because of how many post-tax dollars people like you have put into them. If those companies went belly up and took with them, you know, hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars worth of American savings, then the government would follow suit very quickly. Can't I continue adding gold to the pile in my chest under my house? Yes. Yes, you can. Gold is a really great way to store value, but it does not grow value. Do you think that the powers that be are satisfied with a general reduction in population even if the wrong people are dying? There are no wrong people. They will simply program new drones when as needed. Yeah, an IUL, Indexed Universal Life.
Do you think AI is a good investment, and if so, are there any that you would recommend? I know a lot of the powers that be are saying that AI is super, super scary, and we should be worried about what it can do.
I don't know enough about the subject, to be perfectly honest with you. I think that it's one of those things where it's going to grow into a major prominent force in our life. But I don't know enough about it to tell you should invest in this one, and this one, because I think it's early. It's too early for somebody who isn't intimately involved in the industry to say. Yeah.
Trying to scroll through our question channel, see what
How
we
old is
might
too
not
old
have...
to change careers? There is no age that is wrong to change careers. If you know what you want to do and you have an idea of where you would be happier, pursue it. Try and make a command economy and bring on global communism. We already have a command economy. AI was not nearly as necessary for it as the computer was. Yeah. This is not financial advice, but then they tell you what stocks to buy. You know how if you ever edge post on the internet, you say something to the effect of in Minecraft after you're done? This is not financial advice, it's sort of the in Minecraft, if you would, of the financial world. Because it's their way of covering their ass, but unless you're in a consultation with them and you could make a reasonable case that somebody was making a recommendation to you, it's really not that problem. The best stock advice is to do the opposite of Jim Cramer. You're not wrong, but then you have to watch Jim Cramer, and that's an L of its own.
If there was
Student
an...
debt relief, more affordable college in general. This will never happen. Half of what liabilities the government own are student loan debt. The government will never stop issuing student loan debt because yeah, they can do that, and they're going to keep doing that.
So what's the point of the government saying that they're going to pay off people's student loan for them?
You remember what I was saying earlier about how the bums had an incentive to vote for the people that would continue to pay them their bumly wage?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's that.
So they're going to pay off a small section of bums in order to keep the bums voting for them?
Yeah, it's, hey, if you vote for us, we will 100% totally, no kidding this time, pay off some of your student loan debt. Surely. Surely we wouldn't lie about it to you for the checks notes 7th time.
Surely. Surely it's going to happen.
Advice to prevent the loss of generational wealth with aging parents and failing health concerns. Have your parents sit with a financial advisor and create a trust. Name you, your siblings, and your grandchildren as the beneficiaries of that trust, and move as many of their assets into it as they feel comfortable with. Money market accounts, shills, but they seem way too good to be true. Um, I don't really know much about money market accounts because it's not the area of finance that I practice in. If it sounds too good to be true, though, almost always it is.
I'm
That shit on.
I'm going to read you a sentence that I don't understand in any way whatsoever, but I'm sure you will. This is another viewer question. What's your
boy.
opinion on gay bears, and what would you do about the problem shorting introduces into the market, particularly dealing with short ladders, but also infinite risk part?
Oh God, let me look at that question.
It was at 8:24 p.m. In the question channel. I can send you a link to it. Hold on. Message link. Bam. That should take you right to it.
Yeah, because meaty finance questions are not really. What would I do about the problem that shorting introduces into the market? I would heavily, heavily lobby against shorting puts and calls being something that financial companies are just able to do at will. Individual investors, maybe, but just letting finance companies speculate about which businesses are going up and which businesses are going down creates this awful feedback loop where companies that are in the know with a bunch of different firms can leverage that knowledge to determine who's going to win and who's going to lose next week. So, do you think
What
Joe Biden will die? I don't think it matters one way or another.
what is a gay bear in stock market terms?
I It's someone who expects a stock to decline, I think. Um, they're essentially just profiting off of a company losing money, and people who do it habitually and chronically and get good at it tend to be some of the biggest earners on Wall Street that don't actually do anything.
Why are they
They don't
called gay
actually produce
bears?
anything. I don't know.
Uh,
Yeah.
how much of your income should you spend on investments?
I think that it depends on how you define investments, but most of it. Um, because if your money is sitting in a savings account, then it isn't out there working the street to get you more money. And if it's sitting in a savings account, then furthermore, the bank is using it to get more money instead of you. So if it is feasibly possible for you to not have your money sitting in a savings account, it doesn't matter what asset or investment you're holding. Basically, anything is going to give you a better hedge against inflation than the 0.2% your bank account will.
Okay. Uh, here's one that's kind of like video game related, and I guess I would be interested in your opinion on this. Have you heard of the play to earn blockchain games? And if so, do you think they would be worth the investment considering how many of them are likely to be scams?
I have never heard of these things before.
So, pay to earn games are basically games that work on the blockchain, and they give you small points of whatever kind of Bitcoin type currency they work on as you play the game.
Um, I guess question mark.
I feel
I
like
don't.
you would be the product in that case because it's like if they're paying you, how are they making their money, right? Like you're clearly making more for them than whatever they're giving you.
Yeah, right. I don't know. It seems like a bit of a scam to me.
Yeah.
Um, do you think that societies are going to move from a unit of value or to a unit of value currency from the current debt-based currency? Um, no, I don't. I wish with all of my heart that they would, but everyone that tries conspicuously dies for some reason. Maybe we
Hmm.
should look into that.
It looks like we've got a huge bubble in both housing and tech. Any day now, one will burst, bringing the other down with it, along with the rest of the economy. Do you think this chatter is right in predicting that? And if so, how soon do you think it'll happen? And how can we protect ourselves?
I think that it is almost inevitable that tech is going to burst, but I think that for as long as we have just an unlimited number of people pouring into the country from all angles, that housing will continue to rise in cost because it'll be an effective and efficient store of value. So I don't know that tech bursting will. It'll certainly cause a market correction in housing, but I don't know that it would cause the entire bottom to fall out of the market because at the end of the day, a house is still a really valuable investment because somebody will want to live there. Uh, slumlords always seem to do well. Yeah. Well, when you keep importing new bodies for the slums, it's sort of inevitable.
Unfortunately.
It's sort
Uh,
of entertaining though to look at how many different. I live in I would say I'm in the like last suburb of New York with where I live, in Pennsylvania, and you can kind of see the different waves of migrants that came into the country and then settled outside of the slums where they all ended up. It's very entertaining.
what are your thoughts on the Industrial Revolution and its consequences?
Um, the Hood lost a real one the other week, um, but I, I think that our problems started with the Enlightenment, but no, seriously, I don't know that humans were ever really meant to have that kind of this kind of feedback certainly, but even the we all live in within 2 miles of our factory. We walk to our factory. We work 12-hour days and then we go home. That seems deeply unnatural. It seems like a perversion of what we were put on the planet for. And I can completely understand why somebody would say that in a nut or in a vacuum that the Industrial Revolution was bad. Because certainly I think that people were more sophisticated and connected beforehand. Um, I don't know. It's a meme, but there's a lot of truth behind it.
With all of the issues that are going on with, the companies basically foregoing making product and starting to push ideology, what can you do to stop from getting black pilled and keep trying to, I guess, fight and be happy?
Um, I like to think a bit about what they want for you, and I like to think about how consciously I go about spiting that. Um, for me, it's greatly enjoyable to think that the trajectory that some idiot planned for me 20 years ago was, oh yeah, this guy will go really well in a company somewhere, put him in the big four, put him at McKinsey, and watch him, push the global hegemony agenda forward. Here I am, not doing that thing. Much happier for it. Um, I think that on the whole, the black pill is something that comes from being terminally online. Um, I think that if you go out and meet people within the world, that you will find more people that think like you than that think like the blue-haired people on Twitter.
Oh yeah. It just seems like they are the majority, considering that is what all of the establishment agrees with, even if the average person does not agree with them.
Absolutely. But they put a lot of time, effort, energy, and precious money into manufacturing consensus.
Mm-hmm.
And the more that you can stand in obdurate defiance of their manufactured consensus, the better. The happier you'll be for it, and I guarantee you, you will have no regrets.
What is the European stability mechanism, and how does it work?
I don't know. I don't live in Europe. I really do. I put my hands up for this one because I, I hate it. It's one of my pet peeves when somebody who does not live in America comes to America and comes on the internet and tries to tell me the business.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't live here. You have at best somebody else's perspective on the issues.
Yeah.
I sorry, I if I don't know something, I like to think that I'm just going to come out and admit it. So
That's fine. It's
Europe
better to
isn't
admit
real,
you
that
don't know
guy's-
something than to, like, throw out some random opinion.
Heroes destroyed. Um,
Is there
on,
any
maybe.
currency that can replace the dollar or the euro as a reserve currency?
mm, the first one to switch to gold/labor that doesn't get killed. But in practical terms, in the current time, no. Because the Chinese systematically devalue their currency whenever it's convenient for them. And nobody else has enough of a global market share to really claim competition with American hegemony.
I know some countries like Sweden were starting to implement like a cashless society where they were going more into like the crypto kind of thing, and like they even have the programs where people are getting the implants where they can just like pay with the implant on their hand and whatever. Do you know anything about that, or is that still just like outside of your wheelhouse?
No, I've definitely been paying attention to the development of crypto central bank currency because if you accept what I hinted at or vaguely discussed earlier with economic models following the general rules of energy science, then you look at the removal of paper money as pretty much the last thing keeping them honest.
Mm-hmm.
So here's one of the economic formulas that you will never, ever, ever hear in college. If you want money that actually holds its value and represents capital, then you want to print money up to your reserves of precious metal plus your gross national product, because that represents the total value of goods and services produced by your economy. It is only once you produce money in excess of that that the money becomes an obligation on behalf of your society to pay for that extra unit of currency that we enter into the world of inflation and money that does not hold value and is not capital, but is in fact inductance. And by removing the paper mechanism from this, we essentially remove any vestiges we had of a tracking system, a means of identifying how many notes are in circulation, stuff like that. It just gives more centralized authority to the powers that be. And it also means that you can't make off the books purchases anymore. You can't pay cash somewhere. They can always tell who's buying what, where. Um, and that's better for their economic projections and modeling.
Somebody had asked a question about China in chat. I don't remember if it was highlighted or not. If it wasn't highlighted, it might be lost to the winds. Ugh.
Damn.
Damn.
Isn't labor what Mustache Man based his currency on? Yes. It is also what Abraham Lincoln tried to base his currency on before they ventilated him. Um, I think that the two cancel each other out.
I
But
think I can't find it, but I think the question was essentially like if China ends up having like their economy collapse, what would be the fallout on our end from that?
most of our cheap manufacturing would move deeper into the third world.
Wouldn't it be better if we had manufacturing back on our shores instead of deeper into the third world?
That question is racist.
What? What?
Alright. You really want Americans doing their own manual labor? Come on. Why would we pay Americans to do manual labor when we could pay somebody else? What an American demands in a day, we could pay them in a month to do the exact same labor and then spend a couple extra dollars just shipping the shit that they made to America.
Oh, that's true and fair. Why pay them real wages? They are third world people, after all.
Yeah, exactly. You would much rather pay them slave wages, hire 30 people for the price of one American worker, work them to death because you have no incentive to reuse their labor at any point in time. You're not creating a continual contract with these people. You're essentially exploiting slaves. There was a really interesting article written by the New York Times of all institutions recently saying that, hey, maybe global free trade has produced a race to the bottom in terms of people's, search for cheap income and inputs to production. And I remember sitting there thinking, I'm really glad that you guys have come to the realization that I had at like age 17 when I started realizing globalism was a racket. I'm like, I'm glad that you and I are on the same page now, global news hegemony.
If my wedding ring didn't cause the death of at least 10 children in the mine while trying to get it out, I don't want it.
Exactly. That is a general way that people think.
After the Great Depression, what is the worst economic catastrophe you've seen or studied, and how does it compare with the state of the US and world economy today?
The worst. The worst in what sense? Because the worst is a terribly ambiguous superlative.
I'm assuming coming from like an average person like me, saying like the worst is like just how bad the average people had it during the depressive economic state.
In that case, I wasn't there for it, but I think that stagflation in the 70s was pretty fucking awful. But the worst that I personally lived through was, of course, 2008. And my family, my mother worked as a claims adjuster at the time, so she didn't lose her job and we weren't really that affected. But I do distinctly remember just like, I think it was the exact moment where the mask came off and where corporations realized that the government just had their back and that they didn't really have to worry about, stupid things like being profitable,
Yeah.
not leveraging their future in extremely risky affairs. It's like,
Do you think
too
we've
big to fail,
recovered
thanks a
from
lot.
the 2008 recession, or?
It's like asking me if we ever paid for the FDR's New Deal. Do you believe that globalism is over and we are moving toward a bipolar world order of East versus West and the consolidation of countries to categorize themselves as either of those? No, we are entering the stage where globalists attempt to manufacture enough crises that everybody gets sick and tries to just like foist all of their responsibility off on the only mature minds on the planet. And they're just going to do that by trying to make you wear you down and fatigue you with all of these happenings and all of this stuff, while your life remains exactly the same except that everything's more expensive. Family went from upper middle class to poor in 2008. That's true.
It's a really scary thing that you just said.
Yeah, it is the dismal science.
Unfortunately, because it's just like people want. Like, you expend enough effort just trying to live, right? You don't want to have to deal with all of this extra shit, so you're eventually just going to be like, I don't want to deal with it. Government, you take care of it.
Yeah, just tell me what to think, so I don't have to think. And that's always going to be there. And the real thing that's sort of scary about that is to know that those same people would be every bit as supplicant before, Mustache Man and his gang of miscreants as they are before Joe Biden and his gang of miscreants. They're just willing to go along to get along. They don't really care about the beliefs and the thoughts and whatever have you of the people who are actually doing the important ruling and leadership bits, but they just want the answers. They want nice, easy answers. Invest in bullet manufacturers because lots of people will start buying.
It's very frustrating just having pretty much everything inundated with ideology at this point in time. It's like there's quite literally no escape from it, and it's frustrating.
It's true. It's one of the reasons why I find it so annoying to be like to be told, haha, something lives in your head rent free.
Yeah.
That is quite possibly one of my least favorite phrases.
It's like the dumbest thing you could possibly say. It's like nothing lives there rent free, like you said earlier. It's like the door has been kicked down, and now I have to contend with it.
Got it. Go into the arms industry. Yeah, the arms manufacturer industry or the insurance industry. Those are your options if you want recession-proof jobs. I think I am going to go and like be a human being and make dinner. And
you're not a human being right now?
No, I'm the weird animatronic puppet on screen.
Oh, I have one last question, not related to anything we've been talking about. How do you feel about the little fluffy creature on the desk in front of you? That's a korsche.
I considered it briefly. I don't understand what it is. Beyond like, I think it's a cat that like has one of its eyes drawn too low.
Well, it's like a fox creature. It's very, very low brain activity, like the dodo bird. It is wont to find itself in positions of accidental death, but it also commits war crimes.
I see.
Would you pet the korsche?
No.
Why not? I don't know if he disconnected or if he just fucking left. What? Imagine not petting a cat or a fox or a fluffy little creature. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm upset. Refuses to elaborate. Unfortunate. Well, I'm glad we had Alex on for a host of time. That was a lot of fun. I learned some things. Hopefully you guys learned some things. I can't say goodbye because he left after rejecting my offering of korsche. I don't even want him to fuck it like you degenerates would probably have asked him. Fucking weirdos. Let me... No, just fucking leaves. Well, I told him I feel weird not being able to properly thank you, and he hits me with the I feel weird being properly thanked. He's willing to come on again sometimes. So I guess if we ever think of more economical questions, we can kidnap him again. Yo, what the fuck kind of guest was that? Highly unorthodox. He is an economist dude. He's done quite a bit. He's got a couple of different degrees. He introduced himself at the beginning. And I think he gave the best answer to why should we listen to you, which was just you shouldn't. But I wanted some sort of introduction that was just like, I didn't kidnap some guy off the street who was eating out of a dumpster behind an Applebee's after getting a blowjob. I want to just like he's actually get some qualifications, so. You find it difficult to express properly just how good the stream was. I'm glad you guys really enjoyed it. I'm glad it was enjoyable for you guys. Sorry my TTS was still working. I have everything turned off on my end, but the TTS comes through my desktop audio. So there's no way for me to shut off TTS on my end. I saw Nim come in and say that, like, he had no way to shut off the TTS on his end either, so... Fuck it if I know what you're supposed to do with TTS, dude. You missed some of it, but it was good. We glowed a little bit, but I don't think we glowed enough, so the VODs multiple should still survive. Zeus took down my stream again, even though it's not fucking Sunday! So, there's a split VOD, unfortunately. He's an educated man who was eating out of a dumpster. You love my schizo shit. Me and Pippa are your favorite schizo combos. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I would have Alex back for sure, guys. I'm glad it was enjoyable and not not too much mail on stream No, it's a good stream when it unexpectedly crashes. They said, shut it down. Zeus is clearly a Fed. He's clearly working for the Feds, dude. It seems like the TTS is off now because it's not working. I don't know what Nim did, but help. Thank you, Nim. Too much female on stream. Oh my god. Lightning glows in the dark. There's a female on my Nim and Alex stream. God damn. You love that I own how fucking schizo I am? I mean, I quite literally am the Alex Jones VTuber. There is literally no one else that can take that mantle. I don't want them to take my cat, chat, so I have to lean into it. When other streamers put mail on stream, people get upset. When Kirsche does it, everyone gets upset when they leave! In incisive commentary on the national and global social structure, you're almost filtered at the start for some reason, but you went back for seconds, and you're very glad to have done so. Well, I mean, the filter was like, this is the first time I've spoken to the man, so there's always that little bit of like awkwardness when you're talking to someone for the first time. But as a streamer, when you're talking to someone for the first time and there's that bit of awkwardness, like you're in front of an audience with that awkwardness. Can we have Nim only stream Auntie Kirsche? What? I mean, you're gonna get to abuse him during the Donothon, which I think I finally, after last night and going to bed really late, have a date that I think I can realistically abide by for the Donothon. Nim and I have decided that we would like to set it up for the 21st. There's no realistic way. I wanted to try and set it up for my birthday because I know, like, you know, people donating and whatnot on that day, it would have been able to go into extending my time pretty easily, but unfortunately there's zero way I can set it up that quickly with some of the stuff I have to plan. So the 21st will be Donothon. I'm gonna have a graphic out at some point. I'm waiting for the artist to get back to me. What happened to the month notice? This is like 3 weeks notice. That's 3 weeks is only 1 week less. All right, okay. That's a 3 week notice. That's pretty robust. This is your notice. Don't dono on your birthday. Oh my god, glad we enjoyed the presents. Oh shit, you got a little Twitch account too. Hello. Not even following me. This fucking guy comes on my show, doesn't follow me. On my way to reserve the day off. Well, I mean, it's not gonna be a 24-hour Donathon. I'm a purist, so it's going to be uncapped, as Donathons should be. So there's a good chance that I will be live, depending on your grace. It's all depending on your grace, chat, but I think I have stuff planned out for goals and reward tiers all the way up to about 13 or 14 days total. And if it goes past that, not when you bleed me dry with Throne. I don't put stuff on Throne often enough to bleed you dry. I'm sorry. But I do have like rolling goals. So like every $1,000 you guys can add another game to my list of stuff that might ensure that I never finish my list of games ever. But we're gonna start with the ones that I'm in the middle of, obviously. I'm going to finish those. The whole point of this Donathon is to finish video games, alright? I was like, it's finishing video game Donathon. No more games! I'm gonna be finishing as many games as I possibly fucking can. Is giving Nim kisses a goal. Well, at some point, I'm not gonna reveal all of the tricks up my sleeve. But at some point, you can unlock using ASMR requests for Nim instead of me. If one of your requests is you want Nim to give you kissies, he has consented to doing ASMR requests, so. Fresh start Terra with Pippa during the Donathon. I'm sure if I'm gonna be live for like multiple weeks straight, right? Like in the best case scenario, I will be live for that long. And there's always the chance that I'm not. But if it does go that long, I feel like I'm gonna have to start just like reaching out to people and be like, impromptu collab? A demonologist in the middle of the night because it's 4 a.m. and I can't sleep and you're also awake? Let's fucking go. I was just joking, but I'm totally doing that now. Is there a request for a few hours of Nim? I didn't structure a Nim Takes Over stream like I did for the charity event, but like, he has admin powers on my Twitch channel, so whenever I'm asleep, in theory, he could do stuff on my stream. And Kirsche is about to be injecting caffeine. No, I'm not that dangerous. I'm not gonna play fast and loose with my health that much. It'll basically, if it goes long enough, it will be a living with your insane fox waifu simulator. You will be coming to bed with me. You will be showering with me. Potentially, I might even be taking you into the kitchen if anxiety and, you know, the gold tiers allow. I feel very strange, like, I'll have to log into Twitch on my phone and actually use Twitch mobile for this, alright, okay? Sleep stream when? You'll get to hear how scuffed I sound on mobile microphone, because I can't dismantle my desktop microphone. Alex Jones comes on for a collab. Oh my god, imagine. A femdom Donathon. So this will all be happening tentatively the 21st. And I'll have like an image with all of the goals and rewards and everything on there. Soon TM. I'm waiting on the artist to get back to me. Take me to your kitchen. I cook for a living and I will make you supper. I was like, fuck. Should have made one of the reward tiers that I just like fly Nim to my house so he can wait on me hand and foot. I never have to leave stream again if he does everything. I'm gonna have to sell your box home for the Donathon. Oh my god, Nim is gonna be 24/7 tech support for 3 weeks. I think my favorite part is gonna be when I have a tech support, like in the middle of the night, and I need to wake his ass up to fix it. Some of the USB mics work pretty well with a USB-C converter. I have an XLR mic. I don't have a USB mic. So when I take you guys to bed, it'll just be easier to like tuck my phone under the covers. It's gonna be an actual girlfriend experience stream. Yeah, we'll see if you can stand literally living with me instead of only 5 hours a day. You hope there's a dono goal for funding Nim. There's one of the goals that I'm like really fucking terrified of, because like, oh god, I have like a general idea of how to do this shit, but oh man, I'm not Fishman, you know. I don't have big business brain. Eventually Nim will become Kirsche's live-in maid. He'll have to wear the maid dress as well. I can't have like an actual man living with me. They all have to be some form of gay. When do we get Ziggy and Kenny play games? I don't think the animals can use controllers or keyboards, Skiyuki. For just $12 a week, you can help stop Nim abuse. Remember to plug in your phone so it doesn't drain overnight if you're recording. Well, my idea for being able to sleep with you guys on stream is like I can log into Discord on my PC with one of my super secret accounts, and then I can call myself on my main account, and then my audio will come over stream. It's just that simple. And then you get to hear me chainsaw snoring. Ziggy's typed in Discord multiple times. He can play games. Cat stepping on keyboard isn't the same as playing games. You want a divorce? You can't get a divorce. You haven't even lived with me yet. Is there a Korsche fleshlight goal? No! You fucking degenerate! Will I be funding the KU 100 with the Donathon? No. No. Am I gonna run Crystal Pokemon Twitch chat while I sleep? I want to play it a little bit at the beginning, but yeah, I thought that would be a cute thing to do once we unlock. That's gonna be an unlock thing, because goddamn, my brain was fucking mush after setting that shit up. Holy fuck, that was difficult. We will make you eat the raw egg. I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Am I gonna make an ideology tier list? Make some enemies. I have enough enemies, alright, okay? I'm too small and silly to be a threat to national security. You bet I snore like a freight train? I probably do. Everyone in my family snores really fucking loud. Like, everyone in my family snores obnoxiously loud. Help. If I become president, would I force everyone to have a korsche? I mean, everybody should have one because it's a great home defense system, but if you fuck your korsche, we will execute you. How loud she hiccups. You bet her snores shake the walls. Oh my god. Have I started putting my grocery list to be ready for a stream that long? I haven't even made my normal grocery list in like the last 2 weeks. Oh god, I had like my groceries from my last grocery list ran out like 4 or 5 days ago, and now I was gonna make a grocery list last night, but I didn't finish working on stuff for stream until 8:30 in the morning, and I was like, fuck it, I don't have time for this. I'm gonna need to stock the freezer too. Yeah, with ice packs. Every woman has her flaws. Since most of Kirsche's are auditory, she probably snores like a jackhammer. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, dude. He already added Groby to my memory last night. Please, I gotta do Grobies. Am I ready for what may happen if I fart while I sleep and it gets picked up by the mic? I don't think I fart in my sleep. Maybe the korsche can have a portal to the penile flaying chamber. That's true. That would be really helpful, actually. Do I snore like the dog in Lil Nicky? I don't remember what the dog in Lil Nicky sounds like. I'm gonna be real with you. It's primo cont. Everyone farts in their sleep? Really? I didn't know that was a thing. Well, I mean, brat bros eating well then, I guess. Just waiting for the sus sleep talk. I don't know. My phone filters out even like my giant box fan pretty well, so. Kirsche stream is going to be an IRL don't starve. Unironically, yes, because I'm going to have to get over my fear of eating on stream. I can't not eat for like 13 days, you know? Don't know idea if chat pays enough. Will I say good night, insert name here? Good night, insert name here. My plan is to read books before bed. I guess I'd have to find out like what books you guys would want me to read as well, because I'd have to have them prepared ahead of time. How much ketchup is on the grocery list? I still have 5 bottles in my pantry. You can read. I'm reading right now! Ascendance of a bookworm. Ay. Read some Warhammy. Oh my god. Dono Gold Kirsche hunts for her own food in the woods. I've spent a lot of time organizing things, and I've realized that I hope it's not too complicated. Me being anxious wants to make sure that like I am doing something for the Donothon, and it's always really weird to try and be like all of these goals revolve around me doing stuff. That makes me nervous. Because I don't know, brain worms get to you, and it's just like I don't know what this is worth, you know? Any newer upcoming games caught your attention? I'm not allowed to have upcoming games catch my attention right now. The answer is yes, but I'm not allowed to acknowledge it. Throw some Grubhub and DoorDash gift cards on my throne in preparation, you coconut. I think it would be better to just have the flat donation instead of the gift cards. Especially because like the flat donation would increase the amount of time I'm live once the Donathon starts. Have I gotten the shot collar for when I start to tangent? I have not gotten the shot collar, no. Maybe I should buy one and that could be like an extra stretch goal kind of thing. Extra stretch. The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich by Robert Schreier. Jesus Christ. Not even Pal World. Pal World isn't until January next year. I have plenty of time to finish all of the games on my plate before Pal World exists. If I do read, please make sure it isn't something that will get me kicked for copyright. I can get copyright striked for reading a book on the street? There's no way, dude. What the fuck? This is your first Kirsche stream and second stream ever. You're scared? Are they all like this? Usually I'm a little bit more unhinged, but today we had a professional interview. Pal World will announce the first of its delays in late October, probably. Tempted to take a random shot collar and mod it for Bluetooth. Leah probably needs it more than you do. Pal World collab with? My ideal Pal World collab would be Pippa, Lumi, Leah, Sleepy. That would be the ideal world. Skewky trying to make this an oops all tangent stream with the shot collar idea. Well, no, I'm not gonna. I can't stop. I'm bad at keeping secrets from you, chat. All right, you can't tempt me. Atomic Heart has DLC coming out this August. More Kami Himbo time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I must go home now. Thanks for stream. Thanks for hanging out, Mal Roadkill. You want actually good gamer girls to win? What do you mean? What do you mean? All right. I have a lot of licking of you guys to do. Give me the moment here. Let's see. Three days ago was my Peba stream, right? Yeah, Tuesday, 3 days. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Rub-a-dub777, thank you for the heckin' $10 doodles. Please wish Pippa a happy birthday. Unfortunately I can't, but also it's probably not her birthday if I had to guess. You stinky! You stinky! My German is atrocious and you love it. Yes, my German is very bad. I am Bostonian. The letter R doesn't exist for me, and I can't make the, like, cock-gobbling noises necessary for speaking German with a proper accent. It's just like, I would need to quite literally have something stuck in the back of my throat for all of the necessary to speak German correctly. I apologize. The girls you picked are skilled, but don't tell Lumi I said that. Maybe next time I have Alex on, do some ASMR reading. For a man that hates anime, I didn't want to terrify him too much, okay? Oh, Bailey, thank you for the public service announcement. You are super mega cute and lovely. Thank you for the $6 doodles. Big Brian Orphan, thank you for the $3.50. Why don't we just print more money and just pretend it has the same value? Why don't I just print more orphans and then I can end your life here and now? Kirsche rolled a 1 on filtration with Alex. What? I just became Turkish. Oh no. Proctor, please return him to you after use in One Piece. Hopefully he's still in One Piece. I don't know how much neurosis he might have developed during this stream, but we seemed pretty clown to clown communication. It seemed pretty all right. Thank you for the $8, Proctor, and thank you for the loan of your friend as well. I appreciate the loan. It was nice. Holy Hammer Strike, thank you for the $5. Tea flavored Black Rock Destruction. That's what I like to see. Raptor Bishop, thank you for the $2. I did not forget the most important use of the Korsche. Korsche fuckers will be beheaded. Spider God, thank you for the $20 doodles. We can throw money at you now without worrying about interrupting you. Don't worry, my obnoxious alerts will be back on to Sunday because tomorrow's a YouTube stream. I almost got my dates mixed up. Tomorrow's YouTube Saturday. Proctor giving out his friend for party favors. Proctor was the dom all along. Wagyu! No. Somebody turned back on my alerts. No, not my alerts, my redeems. There we go. Heckin' Goombus. These are from the Peba stream. Goombus, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. I'm gonna take water before I go through this. Thank you, moderators. Mods in the chat, actually lucky. Re-enabling redeems. Oh, I don't know which one of you did that, but I could fucking kiss you. Oh man. Zeke Tsurai, thank you for the 8-month resub. Shadow Reaper 133 saying thank you for the 6-month resub. I'm gonna fucking stutter. Pork Girl Terrier, thank you for the 7-month resub. I had an anonymous with a thick dick 20 gift sub 3 days ago. Anonymous, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Ushion Lover, thank you for the 13-month Tier 3 resub. Thank you. Big dick in it, dude. Shade Thanatos, thank you for the sub. Skiyuki, thank you for the gift sub to Capsule. Yosh the Boss, thank you for the 20-month resub, my dude. Blue Reprisal, 42-month resub. This guy's fucking huge. I can't wait to see all of the new badges in chat. I'm gonna be rolling out the new badges. My rebrand is not going to be quite as professional as corporate VTubers, as it were. I'm going to be rolling stuff out basically as it's completed during the Donothon. instead of waiting for everything to be in one nice, neat little package. Brand! My brand! Yes. Yeah, I'm not changing, you know, like, what I look like or whatever, but, like, you know, the sub badges are gonna come out during the Donathon. I'm gonna have, new loading screens. I'm gonna have new graphical overlays. I'm gonna have a stinger. I have done a lot of work with artists leading up to, doing the rebranding to look less scuffed, you know? It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be beautiful, and then, it'll be after the Donathon, I'm pretty sure, because I was quoted, you know, sometime, like, mid-end August, but that'll be when the D surgery is complete, and I'm excited. Everything will be on brand, scuffed! Will Fishman be fine with that? I mean, Fishman, he doesn't know I'm not in the company. Oh my god. So hopefully everybody will have a lot of fun stuff to look forward to. Is there no ketchup emoji? There is in Discord. There's a Korsche drinking it. JD Mew, thank you for the 2-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Isaac13D, thank you for the 4-month resub. Wicked Ends, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. And Copper Skull, thank you for the Proom. And the Skate Geek, thank you for 2 months of Proom as well. So much Proom in a row. Artificial Sky, thank you for the Proom. Wazdiniak, thank you for the Proom. Dizar, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. Your bunny can't be this stupid. We're both that stupid. Don't worry about it. Binary Betrayer, thank you for the 3-month resub. Shepherd von Hrelsvig, thank you for the 8-month resub. Undead Bladder, thank you for the Proom. Sergeant Griffin, thank you for the sub, my guy. The Purple Meanie, thank you for the 3 months of Proom. Skiyuki, thank you for gift sub to Shaman Istacorb. Rubadubdub777, thank you for the tier 3 big dick 5-month resub. Let's fucking guy. Thank you. Thank you. Morgan Kynan, thank you for the gift sub to KB. Thank you. Brostel, thank you for the 3-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Are you in the wrong Discord? You see nothing but alerts. What? If you're in my Discord server, you should see the rules channel, and you should react to the check mark to get access to the other channels. If the check mark isn't giving you access to the other channels, please message a moderator, because that means the bot is broken. The bot was broken earlier, because it wouldn't let the Mr. Economist man into the server, but I don't know what's wrong with the bots recently. Peppermint is dead! You are correct! I'm trying to kick her ass back into the realm of the living. Prime sub is Proom. Yeah, I like to call it Proom. That's Proom instead of Prime. Did you know Kirsche means part of face connect in German? Fishman's poor liver. Fifth Venom, thank you for the 5 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. Lieutenant Goldenrod, thank you for the 4-month resub. Hey, I'm Luscious. Thank you for the big dick tier 3 7-month resub. Found this cash on an orphan. He was weird, missing both arms, and kept talking about needing to work in the mines. I love the mine orphans. Thank you, Luscious. Krauser99, thank you for the 2-month resub, my guy. Camulus, thank you for the 8-month resub. Neo Prussia, thank you for 6 months of Proom. Leviathan Rage, thank you for the 4-month resub. Loran Duran, thank you for the Proom, my guy. A lot of Proomers in the chat. Azahara, fuck you, you're late. No, you're always on time, don't worry about it. Thank you for the 10-month resub, my cute little guy. Dantron13, thank you for the gift sub to Small Tank. Thank you. Lil Tex 236, thank you for the Proom. Geltkek, thank you for 3 months of Proom. Booma Papauni, thank you for 3-month resub. Should you move the membership to YouTube? Evil Corp A versus Evil Corp B. Currently, I only plan on doing 1 stream a week on YouTube, so it is up to you if you desire to sub on YouTube additionally or instead. But I will still be maining on Twitch. For now, I probably should accept their updated streamer agreement at some point in time. Thanks, I hate it, Twitch. Thanks, I hate it, Twitch. When am I moving to Rumble? Maybe I should upload VODs on Rumble. I don't know, but I'd move to Kick before I move to Rumble. YouTube gives a better split. Well, that's why it's a donathon and not a subathon, dear Skewky, my friend. Nixon's Daydream, thank you. Thank you for the 4-month resub. Zenlore1984, thank you for the 7 months of Proom. Max Euphemism, thank you for the 8-month resub. Kirsche is one of the best phase girls, which... Oh my god, I'm never gonna get tired of that. When am I moving to Facebook Gaming? Does that even exist anymore? Hey, I'm Luscious. Thank you for that tier 3 gift sub to Alex. Thank you. Our local Economist guy. Thank you for giving him the anime woman feet pics. I'm sure he will love them. Miguel Mendez. Thank you for the 7-month resub. Thank you. Point was, if I had to choose one, more money goes to the streamer on YouTube. I mean, I guess that is fair. It is fair. If I had to uproot my entire empire, YouTube does give me more, but also by that train of logic, Kick gives me even more than YouTube. But transitioning to Kick seems like it'd be pretty difficult. Randman, great stream today. You look forward to my future streams and collabs, as well as the new 2D. If there's a section to recommend books for reading streams, you'd like to recommend a few. Eventually, I'll probably have to crowdsource some stuff on that. There still is, the schizo posting thread was remade and not safe for work, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was. Skewky remade it. Please, if you had posted something in the schizo posting thread and not safe for work too, repost it or post new shit in that schizo posting thread, because those are going to be utilized. I want to have as large of a backlog of, like, VT schizo posts as I possibly can stomach reading before I also become a schizo. Since I'm counting subs or the donations, am I counting them as 5 or 250? I don't remember. I have everything written down because I cannot remember numbers off the top of my head, okay, alright? Randman, thank you for the 7-month resub, my dude. Thank you. Rip Streamy, you wish you could sarcastically recommend me? Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? If Kick stops gambling, then they'll have a bad pay split too? Yeah, probably. Am I on Kick? I made a Kick account, but I haven't streamed there. Stop breaking containment. That's the containment breaking sounds. Is there a comprehensive guide to the new Discord channels? It's hard to tell which is for what. What do you mean? There aren't any new Discord. I mean, I guess the Economist questions is a new Discord channel, but there's not really anything else that's new. What's my SCP number? Stop asking questions. Stop asking questions. I know. Let's see what else is in here. We get Wild Red 1905. Thank you for those 100 biddies. Dantran13, thank you for the 300 biddies. Mystic Axe, thank you for the 100 biddies. Dank Boy 101, thank you for 200 biddies. I am Binary Mind, thank you for the 100 bits. Wild Red 1905, thank you for another 100 biddies. Rick 4567, thank you for 500 biddies. And Helen Razor 978, thank you for the 100 biddies. Hope his advice is helpful for most of us. Yeah. I hope everybody feels elucidated, educated, and fucking fueled fire within. No giving up, no black pilling. Buy local, defeat the globalist, dude. Did I know Chad is a bunch of lovelies? Hella lovely. What happened to the Abogaloo channel? You wanted to post some glowy stuff from Sky News with clips of the Pride Parade having naked adults in front of kids. I plan on going over that on stream as well at some point, but you know, there's just not enough time in the world until the Donathon, and then I'll just be live forever. Oh my god. But if you have to ask what happened to the channel, you can't get into it yet. The Discord channels are pretty straightforward, only posted in the wrong one once. I feel like they're pretty straightforward. I might have to change the rules a little bit now, because, like, some stuff is missing, but, like, you know. I've given up. I can't just ungive up. You're going to ungive up? Wagyu Vash! The black pill is tasty and full of vitamins, sponsored by HelloFresh. The only thing you need to know about Discord is don't post politics or drama in the normal channels. And, even if I break containment and post drama in a channel it doesn't belong in, my ass is gonna get whipped by my moderators, because that's what they've been trained to do. They have to contain the woman! I need to set the example, you know, don't be a bad example. It's pretty hard to misinterpret the channels. You would think so. You would think so. Eraser Crumbs, thank you for the heckin' 150 biddies, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. And some dude times one, thank you for the 100 biddies as well. I'll definitely have to bring him back once in a while, for sure. That was a fun-ass time. The woman has escaped. Contain the woman! Yeah. All you have is normal channels since you don't spam enough. What is most of chat is woman, but we're all too scared to really come out and say it? Somehow I don't think that's true. This would probably be the least scary place to say I'm a woman in. Damn, image macros is for memes. For some reason, people don't understand that reference. People are too young to know what an image macro is. Maybe that's my fault for using boomer lingo. And I thought damp would be close enough to dank that like you could extrapolate dank memes into damp image macros, but I guess that's also me thinking that I'm funnier than I actually am. Back in my day, the moist JPEGs. There are no women on the internet. That's true. We're all FBI honeypots, actually. Do I have requests here? Let's see. Don't worry, you're not funny. Thank you. I put too much water in my mouth, and then I closed my mouth, and then I got water all over myself. Why is existing so difficult, chat? Let me unmute. Actually, I don't need to unmute that. Let me get rid of this, and then get rid of this. There we go, because there's no more Alex here. Alex doesn't exist right now. Now I just look like I have a large desk all to myself. The real water bottle test. I hate it! Autism exists. Women most affected. Ziz wanted me to hit you with a activate cat. Activate cat! Activate cat! Is this the same woman that just had a moderately high-level discussion with a professional economist for 4 hours? You have to believe in the brain damage, okay? Don't break the kefabe. I'm not intelligent. There's no brain activity. I'm coconut. It's coconut hours. Oh my god, she saved up the autism for when he left. Yeah! Imagine he's still here and wondering how the actual fuck this is the same person he was just talking to. Kirsche isn't actually stupid, she just lets loose. Don't spread lies. Can we put a helmet and a life preserver on throne so you don't kill yourself? I don't want to look silly! No! Can I make the Korsche bigger so it looks like I have a co-host? I could probably do that. Beep 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 beep. The Korsche is gonna drink the fuck out of that water bottle, dude. If a brain damaged woman gives a blowjob, is that called getting waterhead? I don't think so. What? The weird cat thing has replied. Oh god, he is still here! You will love the Korsche, Mr. Alex, sir. Yeah, the water bottle. Yeah, the water bottle. What was the name of the economic model that was discussed? Not Keynesian. It ended in wood. It was beep 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 beep. Bretton Woods system. There we go. Can I give Korsche her own nameplate so we all know who she is? Love the Korsche. Biblically. Intimately. No! Do not fuck the Korsche, you degenerates! Okay, Baitos had an ASMR request. Oh, I know what this is. Fuck, dude. Okay. But it's so breedable. You stop that, chat. You stop that. I need to try and get through this video without crying. But I need to address this and take accountability. To all my pog champs and piss babies, I'm sorry, pilled. To all the himbo simps and normie incels, F in the chat. I horny posted on main, and that was cringecore, to say the least. I'm working hard to stop being a shit-lib Sigma cumlord. I'm working hard every day to be the turbocharged mommy dom
silly woman
gamer girl that I know that I could be. In the past, I've been on power cringe mode, but I'm built different now. I'm based and I'm Chad pilled, and I hope you can all see that.
silly woman
I need a big cope. My vibes.
silly woman
My vibes have apology energy right now.
shut up silly woman
And I just hope you guys are forgiveness pill.
shut up silly woman shut up silly woman
This is why
Shut
Alex
up.
didn't pet the Korsche.
silly woman
Maybe if he pet the Korsche, this wouldn't be happening.
shut up silly woman
Jesus Christ. Is this a reenactment of the new worst YouTube apology?
shut up
I prefer it like
silly
this.
woman
Oh my god. I need a button to turn off alerts during ASMRs. Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna keep doing ASMRs, I guess mods could disable the sound request during that. It does kind of hurt the pausing. Need a ukulele. Hey, Tim has one of those. I don't know how to play it though. Kirsche has made a severe lapse in judgment. I am forced to force those whom I do not wish to force. That was worse than your dog's colonoscopy. That means I fucking nailed it, honestly. Oh. I can't tell if this man meant to typo this hard or not, so I guess I'll read it twice, once regularly and one with the typos. Are you looking lonely? I can fix that. Hey, you look, are you lonely? I can fix that. Typo grind set twice the ASMR. I was like, I can't tell if he meant to fucking typo or not. Read as either desperate soldier Kirsche talking over the radio, Vaz, what? Transmitter, or as Korsche. Mr. Mimetic, thank you for the 5-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. See that sex toy to the left of the screen? It's Kirsche's answer to the bald. Okay, all right. Do not put your dick and or your balls inside of the Korsche. The fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. Are we the last ones left alive? Are we... someone? Anyone? Please! Are we... is there anyone out there? Are we the last ones left alive? Transcript of Vox message 5th month. Gaunt Ghosts. Only in death. Hello, beautiful Mokina lady. How are things going? I am stressed out of my mind and I have no time for anything. I go to bed at 8:30 a.m. and I wake up at 2:30 p.m. What is time? I hate the cycle. I think that's from Spec Ops. Wow. Read this like I'm running down the street while on the tism. I gotta take off my headset for this. Hold on. My headset would just literally fall off if I didn't take it off in order to do this. So normal. I learned my lesson from all the times I flail around too much. I gotta start getting in the washing machine cycle, alright? I gotta get in the mindset. Gotta get in the mindset, chat. Hey! Where problem at? I'm spending on these perks like I'm a laundromat! She's practiced for this ASMR. The Boston has overtaken her. It happens when I try to yell loud. Oh no. There's no reason not to farm rhinos. They're not a traditionally domesticated animal, sure, but they produce milk. They probably produce quite a lot of meat. Plus, they produce ivory. The fuck is that from? What the fuck? What is that from? Supposed to be studying advanced chem, and yet here I am. There you go. It's a derpy video essay by Jay, who's from Mahler's Clique. I don't know any of these names. That was Jay. The only Jay I know is from Red Letter Media. Does rhino milk contain lactose? God damn. Light thinks it travels faster than anything, but it is wrong. No matter how fast light travels, it finds the korsche has always gotten there first and is waiting for it, ready to breed. What's wrong with you, chat? As a Dragon Ball Z character. Oh god, I feel like I should turn down the volume on my mic for this. I'm gonna... Okay, hopefully this has turned down my volume a little bit. Oh god, let me go to 3%! Nom nom nom. I'm using all my power with this attack! Mike is dead. Did it? Hold on. When did it break? When did it? When did it break? Did it?
Shut up, silly woman.
Mike broke dead ass mid scream, right after the re. Broke about 8 seconds. Oh wait, so I have to redo it at the middle of it. The third God damn. I have to redo it. It's probably because I was clicked onto my OBS and I slammed on my keyboard. Alright, okay. Alright. Okay. Oh god, I gotta do it again. Scream's power level was too high. Too much kitsune. Why did I slam my fist? Because when I do ASMR requests, I gotta get into it, right? I gotta get into the character, or else it just comes across as like, I'm using all my power with this attack. Final yab. You know, like it just comes across as like boring and soulless, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's do this again. I'm taking off my headset because it actually did fall off. I didn't expect it to, but it did. Okay. All right. I'm gonna move my keyboard out of the way so I don't slam it again. Based in VA pilled. Nom nom nom. I'm using all my power with this attack. Take this final yab. I woke up my cat. My cat is now staring at me. And the neighbors, fuck the neighbors. I woke up your cat too. Well, you know. The cat has been activated. That's true. The cat has been activated. Now time to go to the next level beyond. Your earbuds DC'd and that yell echoed through the house. You're on your volume slider the whole time. You're wearing noise-canceling headphones and I still woke up your cat. I got some powerful screamers on me, even if they're addled by fucking asthma. Alright, okay? Even if the asthma cucks me, I can still get pretty up there. What the fuck you called my wife? What does that mean? Zyvob, I will not do it again, but thank you for the 200 biddies. Wonder if Kira actually likes her job and or chat. If not, I wouldn't blame her if I met us. We just asked her to break her mic and our headsets. To be fair, the mic muting was probably my fault for accidentally slamming buttons on my keyboard while I was getting into the like pushing of the energy ball while I'm screaming. The asthma was to protect everyone else. That's true. If I didn't have asthma, I'd be too powerful. Also, I guess to answer your question a bit better, Sully, if I didn't like you guys, I wouldn't interact in Discord as much as I do. I can't stop myself from rolling around in the mud with you guys, for better or for worse. Your neighbor came and complained that the noise woke up his cat. I just don't believe you. Constant screaming if no asthma. That's true. Ziz. Deactivate dog. Deactivate dog. Deactivate dog! She likes us very cringe. Kirsche is #2 chatter in her own server. Okay, alright. Zekjala uses the porn channel? I can't compete with that. One more in stream suggestions. Mods have the ASMR redeem off. Oh no! I'm so scrolled up in stream suggestions though. That's okay. Wow, what the fuck? Oh god. Wait, didn't I do this before, Skewky? This sounds really familiar. This sounds really familiar. I feel like I've said this before. What the fuck? How do I do this one? I staple tapeworms on my penis, so the flesh worm will drink brain juice from your fetus. I staple tapeworms on my penis, so the flesh worm will drink brain juice from your fetus. I staple tapeworms on my penis so the flesh worm will drink the brain juice from your fetus. I staple tapeworms on my penis so the flesh worm will drink the brain juice from your fetus. Feel the blood gushing from your anus. Feel the blood gushing from your anus. Tapeworms on my fucking penis. What the fuck?
Shut up!
Did you just have me read, chat? What in the... Thanks, very cool.
No.
Could do it again in the ooh-woo voice, Jesus Christ. That's a hell of a message to enter in on. Hello, Rister.
What the fuck?
New ringtone. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. My internal systems are primed and ready. Please insert D stick into V drive. Oh, yes. Yes. Engage data transfer. Yes. Yes. Downloading. 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 Download complete. Data transfer successful. It's the fridge all over again. I tried to read it as monotonously as possible, but I've always found it very hard to read in monotone.
I don't wanna.
Took a nap. Is the Korsche bigger or are you crazy? You're crazy. This is what you imagine RC to sound like when you finally get the Autobot. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's the same size. I mean, like, if I was doing it normally, I probably would have been like, my internal systems are primed and ready. Please insert D stick into V drive. Oh, yes. Yes, engage data transfer. Yes. Yes. Downloading. Downloading. Downloading.
No.
Download.
Shut up, silly woman.
Complete. Data transfer successful. Not a lewd tuber, by the way. Hey, just because I put more soul into my ASMR requests on the fly that they do with their video recordings doesn't mean I'm a lewd tuber. You see, whenever I do something like that, you just gotta remember how fucking silly I sound normally and everything's fine. Why are you so good at that? Vash Pee-Pee, you're stinky! Soul, yeah, that's what we're gonna call it. What else would you call it? People need a bonking. Oh. I don't know what song this is supposed to go in the tune of, but like, I'm gonna just do like nonsense child goobly gook, I guess. There's a titan at the bottom of the sea. There's a titan at the bottom of the sea. There's a titan. There's a titan. There's a titan at the bottom of the sea. Seriously think you practice this stuff off stream? Nope. Nope, I don't do any practice. The practice that I do is like the few seconds of silence I give myself to sort of think about how I want to get into character for whatever you guys are asking me to say. I think she's just really good VC in general. I would love to do voice acting work, but unfortunately, I don't have the right politics to benefit from nepotism. No, we pulled it back up. When a cringe solution is mixed with a based solution, a chemical reaction takes place known as neutralization. This reaction occurs as the cringe ions present in the cringe solution interact with the based particles found in the based solution. Consequently, this interaction leads to the formation of water molecules and salts. And as a result of this process, the solution undergoes a significant change, shifting towards neutrality by reducing the cringe and based properties originally present. Just go on Chris Sabat's couch and I can have a VA job no matter what my politics are? I don't know who that is, but I have a feeling I don't want to be on his couch. Alfie, you know he did that ASMR. No, that was Evato Pixie! That wasn't Alfie. Ooh, can I do ooh voice? Ooh. I know. I know. I'm moving the microphone away from my mouth. Hopefully this will help a little bit when I tell you guys that you're fucking terrible and that's a fucking 50 DKP minus! Aggressive sipping. Kirsche temporarily possessed by Macho Man. We've been getting DKP. I'm going to do this if for no other reason than to just dunk on you afterwards. I'm going to convert Leah to Predecessor. But Predecessor to what? Guedez, that's not a funny joke, and I hate it every time you make it. Every time I see you make that joke, I think about squishing you in between my hands like a little bug. I don't even want to give you the satisfaction of being crushed by my thighs to death. It will just be by my hands. I will squeeze your skull until your eyes pop out, and I can feel your brain leaking out of my ears between my fingers. Out of your ears, I'm sorry, between my fingers. Oh god, this is encouraging him! That's true, he is from the rainforest. He might enjoy that. Man, got 2 ASMR requests. That one's for free. Findom Fox mode engage. Oh my god. He's into that shit. Well, that's kind of, I can't remember if he lives in Brazil or one of the other Latam countries. I know he's a Latam bro. But you kind of gotta be into that shit if you live around there, I guess. She does it for free. In theory, yes, but those of you who do pay me, hey, thanks. I love being able to stay in my apartment and buy groceries when I remember to make a list. Help. Who did it? Guedez. Guedez did it. Speaking of which, Death Road to Canada was on sale on Steam, and I bought that shit. So I'll be able to play with those mods that guy was making. I bought the Death Road Canada. Chilean? Oh, he's a Chile! I don't know what it is, but I love it when they say Chile like that. Instead of Chile, they're like, Chile! It makes me happy. Death Road's really fun. You love Death Road to Canada, you wish Canada was real. Unfortunately for us, it is. Unfortunately. Oh, man. I'll redo. I'm pretty sure I've done this before, but I'll redo Skewky's request. I'll redo. You gotta pay the cubes though. You gotta pay the toll. All right, okay. I'm not doing it literally for free. Give me the cubes. Give me the cubes. Real death awaits once Canada's reached. Oh my god. Chile still has the best goose. Oh my god, what the fuck? The redeem is not working! The moderators turned on... Where's my request queue? Moderators turned on the other stuff. Why did they turn on the other stuff but not the ASMR cues? Okay, alright. Let's turn on ASMR. It's unpaused. It's unpaused. I have turned it on. They only turned on the sounds. I forgot the reason you did it in Discord was because it was turned off. I thought you did it there because it was too long. I've been waiting for it to be on all stream.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Okay. I don't want to knock over my water bottle that's open. Now, when a man thus turns the activity of his mind and the strength of his body toward procuring the fruits of nature, by such act he makes his own that portion of nature's field which he cultivates, that portion on which he leaves, as it were, the impress of his personality. And it cannot but be just that he should possess that portion as his very own, and have a right to hold it without any one being justified in violating that right. What the hell was that? That was the point in time where if I was recording this, I would have stopped recording and deleted the recording and then started again. That was the I fucked up a word. Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is? Insanity is doing the exact same fucking thing over and over again, expecting shit to change. That is crazy. The first time somebody told me that, I don't know, I thought they were bullshitting me, so I shot him. The thing is, he was right. And then I started seeing it. Everywhere I fucking looked. These asshats doing the same thing over and over again. Thinking this time is gonna be different. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? You need 100 cube refund on the highlight. I only have 500k left. This fucking guy.
I had it saved from January, so you probably did it before. I probably did.
Oh. Are you finally awake? Damn. You were out for so long. I was starting to get worried. Oh. You want to know why this is happening? I've had my eyes on you for the longest time. But what did you see me as? You only saw me as a friend, and nothing more. I wanted you so bad. You were so close to me, yet so far. When I saw you having fun, laughing with other people, it made me want to keep you locked up. Locked up in my room, here with me, so that nobody else but me will be able to see that beautiful sunshine smile of yours. Nobody else but me. Nobody else but me. Because... because I hate sharing. And if I can't have you, my love, then nobody will. Please marry me or beat the shit out of me or kill me. What the fuck? Champ Matt, thank you for the 2-month sub. Thank you. Thank you. God damn. And Kirsche turns into the Joker, baby. hitting you with the... Do you wanna know how I got these scars? I need to at least act sane for Fishman to let his guard down. Hello, I am Kirsche Verstall. I am Fluffy Fox Waifu, and I play video game. Video game, yay, chat! Holy shit. Mother came home a little drunker than usual. What the fuck? What the fuck? That didn't sound out of place. Oh no. People in the chat seething, hitting him with the Kirsche! Why the fuck did you turn the ASMR back on? Who sent that ASMR redeem so you can make him king? That long one? That was Skiyuki. I'm pretty sure I've done it before. Like, I'm like 92.8% certain I've done that one before. But, like, I can't trust my memory on those things. Like a cruel and menacing korsche. Korsche intimidation. Hi! You are alone, Fed. There is only darkness waiting for you, and only death for your people. These corsches are just the beginning. I will command a great and terrible army, and we will sail to 1,000,000,000 worlds. We will sail until every light has been extinguished. You are strong, Fed, but I am beyond strength. I am the end, and I have come for you. Course intimidation. Oh my god. Hello, Alpha. Reminds you of the priest from The Princess Bride. What the hell? Oh. The internet is a 1,000,000-part machine run by electrons. DevOps' job is arranging those electrons. I don't know what that is. I'm numb. Oh no. Oh no. I miss the old Kirsche, the bully femboys Kirsche, chop up the soul Kirsche, play lots of games Kirsche. I hate the new Kirsche, the bad mood Kirsche, the never glow Kirsche, spaz at the news Kirsche. I miss the sweet Kirsche, chop them to bits Kirsche. I gotta say, at that time I'd like to meet Kirsche. See, I invented Kirsche, it wasn't any Kirsches, and now I look and look around and there's so many Kirsches. I used to love Kirsche, I used to love Kirsche. I even had the Menhera I thought I was Kirsche. What if Kirsche had a tangent about Kirsche called I Miss the Old Kirsche? Man, that would be so Kirsche. That's all it was, Kirsche. We still love the Kirsche, and I love you like Kirsche loves Kirsche. Boston flow surprisingly good. Oh my god. Thanks, Baitos. Flow filthier than the rivers and the harbor. Fill me with tea! I like that song, honestly. I posted in the schizo copy pasta because it wouldn't fit in Twitch. Check, tech, track. Channel your inner colonizer. If it's in the schizo posting thread, I'm gonna have to delete it after I read it because these are supposed to be being held in hand for later. Oh my god, this is a long one. This is a long one. Yeah, I'm not gonna do this one now. I'm not gonna do this one now, but it will stay in this channel and it will get done. It will get done. Rip VOD! Wait, why? Why Rip VOD? The dragon's treasure has been summoned. Every time you mention the word tea, he shows up. If you say 3 times tea in the mirror at night on a blood moon, the tea man will appear behind you and stab you in the back with crystallized tea, and then he will suck out your blood and make specialty tea out of you. No. We got the Schizo channel back? Yes, please populate the Schizo channel with spicy VT Schizo posts so that I may channel the inner anti and conspiracy theory graph all of the VTwebber news. Hello, Cap! Please do not pee on chat. Like I'm Foghorn Leghorn. What? I don't think I could do a good Foghorn Leghorn impression, but like, hit him with the. I say, boy, piss quieter in there, boy. Sounds like you're fried chicken in there, boy. You've been too tired and busy with family to yell at Nim yet. Relatable, dude. In a scared voice. Scared Kirsche. Hey, whoa! Oh no, he posted mine. Well, it looks like you need to find more schizo posts. The schizo mines overfloweth. There are no veins run dry when it comes to schizo posts. Gonna buy a stove when you wake up. I don't know if that's a good thing or a threat. Good luck with your oven buying experiences, I think. No. I don't know what this is. No. Number 1, steady hand. One day Kim Jong-un need new heart. I do operation, but mistake. Kim Jong-un die. SSD very mad. I hide fishing boat, come to America. No English, no food, no money. Daryl give me job. Now I have house, American car, new woman. Daryl save life. My big secret, I kill Kim Jong-un on purpose. I good surgeon, the best. What? You guys want me to do another plap copy pasta? What is it with you guys and plap posting? Why you? I already have 1 bruise. I don't need another. Do I want to get another bruise? I don't know what's happening. Plap posters. Maybe I just say it. Maybe I just say it this time instead of actually plapping. do the plap 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 plap. Get pregnant! 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 Yes, Blubbertron. That's exactly what happened. Unfortunately. Why?
Ooh, even if the government spends itself into bankruptcy and the economy still does not recover, Canadians can always say that it would have worked if only the government
Redo. What do you mean? Reduce and slap the other boob to make it equal out. Fuck you, chat! Why is this what you hear when you had your headphones off? Well, I mean, it's better than the alternative. Oh, God. Hey, babe. I'm jealous of your heart. It's pumping inside of you, and I'm not. Okay. Is this what tier 3 subs get? No, it just costs Kirsche cube. Nom 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 nom. Let's see. Let's see here. How much do y'all think Kier talks to herself? Let's not answer that question. That's some serial killer shit. That's true. America is diseased, rotten to the core. There's no saving it. We need to pull it out by the roots. Wipe the slate clean. Burn it down, and from the ashes, a new America will be born. Evolved but untamed. The weak will be purged, and the strongest will thrive. Free to live as they see fit. They'll make America great again. The mother of all omelets. Omelette du fromage.
The Oombi Goombi! Oombi Goombi. The plop plop is a sign of social decay. I'm sure his chat will plop the korsche too. I can't pterodactyl hiccup on command. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take the korsche and run away into the hills. You can't have her.
Nano Korsches, son. The curious task of economics is to demonstrate to men how little they really know about what they imagine they can design. What? What the fuck? I'm gonna fuck this up so hard, I don't think you even know.
I'm a mother pheasant plucker. I pluck mother pheasants. I'm the most pleasant mother pheasant plucker to ever pluck a mother pheasant. I'm not the pheasant plucker, I'm the pheasant plucker's wife. I've been plucking mother pheasants my whole pheasant plucking life, and I'm not the pheasant plucker, I'm the pheasant plucker's mate. I'm only plucking pheasants because the pheasant plucker's late.
Oh god, I could probably do that faster if I wasn't trying to do Korsche. Oh my god. I'm a mother pheasant plucker. I pluck mother pheasants. I'm the most pleasant mother pheasant plucker to ever pluck a mother pheasant. I'm not the pheasant plucker. I'm the pheasant plucker's wife. I've been the plucking mother pheasants my whole pheasant plucking life. I'm not the pheasant plucker. I'm the pheasant plucker's mate. I'm only plucking pheasants because the pheasant plucker's late. Yeah, it's a lot easier when I'm not trying to squeak. I have no idea what's happening, but it feels good. How are you doing that? I don't know. Impressive. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Empty Cups. That was fun. What? Why is there another piss one? I'm gonna reject this one because I already did fucking frying piss. You guys fucking little... You little piss babies in the chat make me sick. No brain, just rap. Oh my god. Plan backfired. Wait, what was your plan? Was your plan to make me hate it? Hold on.
Wait, you sent that in twice, you silly.
I need water. Wait, Saratoga, you sent that one in 3 times. Are you okay? Are you alright over there? Let me just say that there is no way you're gonna get a huge titty goth girlfriend who will sit on your face. You will not get a clumsy ooh-woo femboy boyfriend who will pin you to a wall and is 9 inches tall or 5.3 centimeters if you're American, and you will not get a short-haired buff tomboy girlfriend who will step on you. You only like them because of cartoons. You had all these alts as your fictional childhood crushes, and none of them represent their real life counterparts. Like, for fuck's sake, none of them have thick thighs in real life. What? What? Cap, why would you do this? Why would you do this? I'm gonna have to put up. Fuck you, Skewky. I'm gonna have to put a pin in the ASMRs because we are past 8 o'clock. I haven't done the end slide in a hot fucking minute, so let's go see the hard work my moderators have done. The VOD is not kill. So if you were not here for the interview with the Economist, if you are not here to witness whatever buffoonery was happening here, the VODs are still going to be here. Hopefully they can be stitched together and put as one VOD on my archive channel on YouTube as well, because Zeus took down my stream. He hates us. How am I gonna... Everything is fucked up on my stream right now. But it's okay. It's the audio, right? None of these clips have like action in them, so it's okay. It's just the audio. Let's go here, because it would take me a hot fucking minute to rearrange everything to not be in the way. All right, okay. Let me bigoo. You guys don't need to see me, right? I could just get covered by chat. I'm behind you. That was me licking the back of your head for some reason. Fuck me, I'm just gonna hit play on this.
And we would just pick a silly thing to get into a fight with them over once we were sufficiently powerful. And then they lose the fight pretty badly, and they just get angry and go immediately to the mods. And
imagine.
What else is there, you know? The mods are going to take the side of the established turbo nerds over the new turbo nerds, and the new ones basically get told to please go away because you're upsetting the established, like, weirdo ecosystem here.
You can't go anywhere without upsetting the established ecosystem, either in-game or in real life, apparently.
Yeah, pretty much. It's sort of my thing. I think that's why I enjoyed role-playing for as long as I did, is because it was a sort of like, I can actually affect this tiny chunk of, you know, some idiot's virtual fief through my actions, and you can't really affect change in the world on a large scale in most video games. And we would just...
That actually looped really fucking well, holy shit. Stream died again. No, it didn't! It didn't die. It didn't die. Yeah, it's stream end slide. It's stream end slide. Thank you, Rage Scholar, for the heckin' clip from earlier. Wait, this one's titled Interesting Question. Wouldn't it be better if we had manufacturing back on our shores instead of deeper into the third world?
That question is racist.
What?
Alright. You really want Americans doing their own manual labor? Come on. Why would we pay Americans to do manual labor when we could pay somebody else? What an American demands in a day, we could pay them in a month to do the exact same labor.
Wouldn't it be better if we had manufacturing back? These loop so fucking well! Holy shit, chat! Thank you, Zazubon, for the heckin' clipoo. Thank you! I'm still upset at the way he exited here. I'll get him next time! Would you pet the Korsche?
No.
Why not?
My heart.
I don't know if he disconnected or if he just fucking left. What?
I'm so upset. Look at the korsche. How could you not want to pet it? It's so soft and fluffy.
Repult, thank you. Thank you for the clip, my guy. Thank you. Out of context fox. That could literally be anything. Well, my idea for being able to sleep with you guys on stream. Oh god. Well, my idea for being
Guedez, you cunt. Thank you for the clip. Thank you for the clip, my guy.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to reorganize everything on my setup here since it's all fucked. All shit here fucked.
Let's see who is alive right now.
What a whore!
No.
No. Wait, what the hell? Wait, what the hell? This is so weird. This is so fucking strange. Okay, alright. I am going to choose... Well, Lumi's playing Total War, and it says I'm here to cause problems, so let's go over there. Let's go. She got a sneaky little raccoon in the bottom of her screen again. Let's go say hello to Lumi. Mari_EN is going to be so excited to find out she's going to have a fellow sex haver to bond with after the Donathon.
And we're just sleeping, chat. There's no sex.
I'm gonna get real bitchy after not being able to do anything sexual to myself for like 2 weeks though. We could raid Sargon. What? He streams on Twitch? What kind of content does Sargon even do nowadays? That would be so fucking strange. Though I am kind of curious about his reaction to an anime fox woman, if he even notices. He's doing Mech Warrior right now? What the fuck? What is his channel? Is it just Sargon? Sargon of a... Oh, it is just Sargon of Akkad. Man. I do raid Lumi regularly. What the fuck? Oh, he must not stream very often. He must not stream very often. Okay, we're gonna be little sillies. We're gonna anime raid. I have fucking anime fox waifu raid Sargon. Okay, anime fox waifu raid. I raid Lumi all the time, so I'll get another chance to raid her soon. And he doesn't have his chat locked to followers only, which is good. All right, chat. All right, chat. You guys are beautiful. We're gonna raid the man who hates the anime. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna have to say thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I had a really fun time doing that interview. Hopefully, I get to interview more people. I've mentioned before, I've always wanted to do like fucking some sort of space ghost style interviews. I'd love to get like real people up on the TV as I flail around and be a cartoon at them. Nim can be my Zorak.
Thank you, everyone. Heckin' Fifth Venom, Agoras76, Iden Pride, Akuma Toka, Alfalfa 1, Alcala 34, Andres the Northman, Ashka Gianni, ATF Sniper, Azuzamano 247, Baitos, Bear in the Woods, Bella Cracks, Bandez Illumalite, Blubbertron, Boogie, Book of Neat, Brave SJ, Brazil Love, Cameolis, Carbon Fox 0, Cat Waffle, Champ Matt, Cloud Pixel, Cobalt Ogre Magus, Coconut Tackle, Dantioc Fanboy, Dantran 13, Deadbeat 444, Deadly Flame 17, Devilish Boredom, Dr. Chaos 1989, Drevek, Drone 0666, Dropkick Flop 1, Dumpster Punda, Dwarven Crusader, Etchy Phantom, Earshi, Empty Cups, Esker Curve, Felix Gold, Ferocious Kitsu, Fighting Foo, Forks, Fred B Guy, Gamer Dude 506, Gamer Kev 3010, Gelfirth, Gino Tama, God Pigeon, Great Ape 51, Happy Mars 24, Henry James V, Ham Luscious, Hikimoto, Hi Sushi, Hi Jeb, Hunkin Goose, Honor Blin, Happy Hollow, I am Binary Mind, Icy Bard, Icky 427, Indigo Snowman, Iron Pimp Cabis, GED Capsule, KB9797, Kingslayer Snow Kindred, Kizuna Hentai, Leo Ultima, Limes the Guard, Laura Ipsum Dolar Sit, Lost and Confused, La Cerbrius, Lithark, Mullahrin, Manimajor 15, Maskuko, Monsterism, Mechanus Golden Gear, Miguel Mendez, Mihai 995, Mr. Sazerac, Nerd Miastere, no, not a glowy, no Terry, not Spotio, Nurglings, Out of the Empire, Perry this casual, Pablo66, Poply Badass, Professor Guapo 3000, Pugs Go Postal, Keezy, R34 Alterite, and 199807, Raptor Bishop, Rasta Leon, Rave Master J. I fucking mispronounced that so bad at the beginning. Red Chimera 45, Redux 31415, Revile Rinky, Riz MX, Rumble Enjoyer, Rumors S, Tsunami, Sambo 1994, Shulanandik, The Treffin, CRB's Shadow Reaper 133, Shamanistic Corp, Shadow Knight, Skewky, Slanetia Seishi, Sloth in 3D, Small Tank 2, Soul in the Leech, Soze, Sparks 1911, Spicy Picante, Spider God 99, Shoddy, Stale 451, Stray Wolf X, Sully Seagull, Sunset Rooster, Swift Sword, Talondex, Tavkep, Tempest Traveler, TODGT, The Boomstick 36, The Randman, The Barraclow, Thundering 25, Trip Royo, Tuner Guy 21, Turbob 21, Ugly Bagsterd, Linsk Saratoga, Vash PP, Waifu 1, Wicked Scary, Wild Red 1905, Wind Rainy, Xeno Demon, Xantropy, Ziz 39808, Zazibon, Zephyr 1020, Brighton, Zera Talvos, Zura Foxu, Zyvalb. Thank you! Thank you everyone for spending so much time with me today. I hope you enjoyed the interviews. The Reddit post has been pinned. Thank you, Ziz. If you would like to hopefully see my waifu Asmongold respond to my response, we're gonna Inception watch, alright? I wanna see his reaction to me being literally him for real. So update the Reddit post. I don't know how Reddit works, but I'm sure that's probably how it works. Update it! And we're gonna raid Sargon of Akkad. What a weird timeline we're in right now. I don't know what's happening. We're gonna raid this man. And yeah, give him some anime fox love, chat. I will see you guys tomorrow on YouTube. Have a great rest of your night, everyone. Bye bye.
But yeah, I hate being taxed.
There's a good chance our targets have split up in order to evade us. The more locations on the map are the most likely areas where we'll find them. Be careful, as they have many supporters in the area that are more than willing to die for their cause.
Well, let's see.